Matt.
up?
All right, everybody. This is David with Rocky Mountain Sports Report. Joined with Matt and Jerry from Rocky Mountain Sports Report. And Jerry's also the host of Rocky Mountain Thunder, which is a weekly, correct, Jerry?
Trying to make it weekly.
Yep, a weekly Denver Broncos podcast. So if you guys have not caught it yet, recommend that you guys catch it. Jerry and Alex put out some good information on there. So, and then of course Matt and I do the 4th and 99 podcast and live stream, which next week we'll be back to our Wednesday. We'll do a total draft recap and that. So, all right, guys, it's finally here. We've been waiting for this day since that last clock hit zero against the Raiders, that last game, right?
The hated
That's
Raiders.
right, man.
So, yeah, all right. There's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff. We got Teddy Bridgewater. How do you think that, Matt? How do you think that affects our approach? And let's not even talk about the other situation that's going on right now. We'll address that here shortly. So how do you think the Teddy Bridgewater trade affects our approach to the draft?
I mean, it definitely puts, the chance that Denver's going to invest in one of these rookie quarterbacks at a higher probability. If you look at Teddy's kind of gameplay and kind of where he's at in his career, where Drew Lock's at in his career, it's kind of past the point for mentorship for Lock. I mean, you're not going to ask the kid who's been starting for the last 2 seasons to just go out and ride the pine behind, an average quarterback. Because let's be honest, Teddy Bridgewater is just an average quarterback. So, I mean, it definitely puts the rookie quarterback on the board. It also really just depends on kind of how the board falls. Is Peyton wanting to be aggressive? Is he going to move up to grab Fields? 49ers really control the destiny of what happens here. If they go with Lance, there's a good chance they don't even have to move for a quarterback to land. I mean, for them to land up with one of these quarterbacks. Will they have to trade up to beat New England if it's their guy? Maybe, but then instead of having to trade to 4, it's likely you're trading to 6 or 7. So it's not going to be as drastic.
Right. So and I agree. Teddy Bridgewater cannot be the final piece to this puzzle or to this plan. I think, as George Payton has told us, and I don't think George Payton has really lied to the public on anything yet. He said in January, we're going to bring in competition. He said it again, a couple weeks ago, and I honestly think if we don't draft a quarterback, then his plan is that, we like what we see in Drew Lock. We're going to proceed forward with competition and see if that gives Drew Lock that little push that he needs. So what do you think, Jerry?
Yeah, I came out of my podcast production yesterday and found out Teddy Bridgewater was coming to Denver. And It was literally like a bomb cyclone. All my plans and papers just blew up in the air, and I lost my mind for a little bit. And now that I've slept on it, I've processed it better. I totally understand where you're coming from, Matt. I think it could just be a case, like you say, David, that George Payton hasn't lied to us, and if we don't get somebody in the draft, then everybody just relax. We've got Teddy and we've got Drew, and we like the way that meshes. I do think a quarterback gets drafted by the Broncos, and I thought that they would have to do so in their first 4 picks, whether they traded back and got another pick out of the 2nd or 3rd. But now I don't think that that's necessarily is in play, so maybe they go for Newman or a Mond kind of a person. I don't think that's what I'd like them to do, but I think that's still a possibility.
Right, and I think that I believe that George Payton is probably on the phone right now because everybody's heard the news, that broke earlier today. Aaron Rodgers is not happy. He said he's not happy. He said it, a couple months ago, and it seemed like things calmed down a little bit. And, now he's at a point where he says he wants to be traded. There's apparently a short list of teams. We don't know it's not confirmed where this list came from. We don't know if it came from Aaron Rodgers' camp, but those teams are San Francisco, Las Vegas Raiders, and then the Denver Broncos. So, you got something to say, Matt, or add?
Yeah, so yeah, I want to add to that. So that list has grown a little bit. It has grown to include Philadelphia, New Orleans, and I'm drawing a blank on the other one, possibly Pittsburgh.
Okay, so which I just don't see Pittsburgh. What are you going to do? Throw Ben out?
They still have been in. Yeah, it wouldn't
Right.
make sense. Just kind of piggybacking on the Aaron Rodgers, not to kind of steal your thunder there. I just want to add those two teams, or those few teams. The likelihood of the trade happening tonight, so I was going to break some news with you guys. So we might have a treat coming on, not necessarily a Green Bay insider, but someone who follows Green Bay dearly is actually my brother. We hate each other because I'm Broncos. Packers. He was born the same year the Broncos beat the Packers in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Same, and his birthday is January 31st.
Okay.
So we have tension for forever about this. He's hoping that Denver actually obtains Rodgers out of because he hates the Raiders more than he hates the Broncos. So we'll see. He may be joining us, but he's been listening to sources over there. They're trying to do whatever they can to go to like a marriage and counseling system or something.
Well, of course they are.
Yeah, they're gonna. So who knows really what's happening? What they're saying is that it's pretty much the trade has to happen today. That is what Green Bay's kind of media is saying. The trade has to happen today. They can't afford to miss out on the draft capital of today.
Well, and I think, if Green Bay is going to do it, they want to do it before the draft because they want to capitalize on a first-round pick. And it's, especially if it's Denver, who's picking in the top 10, you know that you want Green Bay's going to want to get that and control that pick, today, not Denver controlling it. So I heard something scary, though, and I don't know if there's any truth to this rumor, but I've heard that San Francisco will draft Justin Fields and then trade Justin Fields to San Francisco as part of an Aaron Rodgers deal. So not really sure if that is true or not. So, and it's surprising that Green Bay, if that's the way it's going to go down, that Green Bay is giving up on Jordan Love so quickly, which throws up red flags for anybody that they try to trade him to.
That's brutal news for Jordan Love. What do you think about the Green Bay in the green room when they get this bomb drop that Aaron Rodgers has said, hey, I want to be moved?
Right. Yeah. I mean, everybody's in there. They're preparing for the draft. They're in their war room. And then next thing you know, somebody says, hey, we just heard from Aaron. He doesn't want to come back, you know? So, and Matt confirmed this. Aaron Rodgers does not have a no trade clause. So Green Bay can trade him wherever they want, whoever's going to give him the best deal. Aaron can't say, I'm not going to go there. He's not.
But this is where it gets interesting, though. Rodgers at the point of his career where he's made enough money. He's got a backup opportunity. He essentially could just retire.
Oh, I know. He could retire.
He can say, I'm done. And knowing his personality, it fits him. He's kind of he has that arrogance about him that it's my way or no way. And that also kind of concerns me, though, if we're looking at bringing him to Denver with such a young and impressionable offense.
Well, I think he would be happy here because he has weapons here that he doesn't have in Green Bay, and that Green Bay has refused to put around him. Do you blame the guy for wanting to go? And then they move up to draft his replacement. He wants a contract to pay him on the lines of Mahomes, and they won't give it to him. I mean, they're pretty much shoving him out the door. And I don't think they want to bring him back because I think he would be a cancer in that locker room. I really think he would if he's not happy there. And like Matt said, I think with Aaron Rodgers' arrogance, he could be a big problem in that locker room. What do you think, Jerry?
Yeah, absolutely. I think his comment at the end of the season, I can't remember specifically the quote, but he sounded like he was over it then. Mm-hmm. And, it was just like, well, it's just post-game anger and emotions, but it had a little ring of truth to it. So I'm not shocked by this news. I think I'm shocked by the timing of this news. because I would have expected a little more loyalty to the Green Bay from Aaron Rodgers, but he must really be angry.
Well, and I think he feels the same way that Brett Favre felt, when Brett Favre was still Brett Favre was still in his prime when they picked up Aaron Rodgers, and yeah, Aaron sat for a while, but Brett Favre was not too happy about it either. So, and if you're a starting quarterback in this league, you're going to feel threatened when a team goes out. I even heard somebody say today that if Atlanta drafts a quarterback at number 4, Atlanta better be prepared for Matt Ryan to say, "I want out of here." So, I mean, I think some of these older veteran quarterbacks are feeling a little more threatened by these younger guys, and they want their voice to be heard, and they're like, you know what? If you're going to bring somebody in that's going to ultimately replace me, then just get rid of me now.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go where I can maybe win a championship or something else. So we'll see what happens. I don't, and we can sort of progress on. So,
well, I did want to bring up one more thing about the Rodgers thing. So you mentioned San Francisco as a potential destination. While that sounds great, we also have to remember, though, San Francisco is really not that far away from being competitive. Just 2 years ago, with San Francisco and Green Bay in the NFC Divisional Championship game. I'm not sure that they're going to be willing to just simply part with their franchise guy to go in the same division. If I'm Green Bay, I'm looking to push him out to the AFC, which leads right to those, the 3 teams I think is leading right now. If it's going AFC, Denver, Las Vegas, New England. And New England, I think, has the best things they can give up. They got Stephon Gilmore, who they're already looking at trading. Cam Newton could be a great mentor for Jordan Love if they're not confident in him starting. Belichick may be willing to give up multiple first-round picks. I mean,
I heard somebody say on the radio today that if George Payton does not seal this deal, this is going to be a black eye on him. Do you guys agree with that?
Nah.
I don't either.
Especially if he goes to the Raiders.
That would be rough. That would be rough.
That would be rough, but I don't think
if you can't close a deal to bring a guy to your team and allow him to go to a division rival, who now that quarterback separation has really grown, so I don't know. And I guess we'll just watch it play out, see what happens. I just don't know if anything's going to happen tonight,
I don't see how it can unless I could see San Francisco getting something done tonight because they have the weapons that Aaron Rodgers would be enamored with. George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel. Come on. They're in a great position at number 3.
I think we have a great offensive roster here too.
Here,
Agreed. Sure.
And if his fiance is from Boulder, it only makes sense. It only makes sense. So Matt pointed that out earlier. So, but that is a very interesting tidbit, and maybe she has some influence on him. And says, "Hey, let's go to Denver. I want to be close to home." So,
Matt, do you have more info on that?
Yeah, so she's from what I've heard from my 1043 fan, the sources over there. She's an artist who's pretty much from Colorado. She lives out in Boulder now. He's actually been here in Boulder and Golden area, kind of just getting to know the Colorado landscape for the last few weeks. So when Brian Gutekunst is coming out to see him, he's flying out to Colorado to see him. So Aaron Rodgers is here in Colorado right now.
That's crazy.
So who knows? One thing I want to point out with 49ers, though, they did just send a whole bunch of draft capital and things like that to get that number 3 pick. What, in terms of draft capital, what really more do they have to give in this trade? Are they looking at are they willing to give up a Nick Bosa or, one of the, I would be hesitant if I was San Francisco to do that,
Yeah.
I agree too, and I heard the price tag for Denver is 2 starters. And Adam Johnson from RMSR, he brings up a good point. He's a California guy, born and raised, so don't sleep on the Niners. And we're not. I think it is a good destination for Aaron. But like you said, Matt, do do they really want him in the NFC? Does Green Bay want to trade him to an NFC team that they may face, in the playoffs, and then have Aaron Rodgers, knock him out of the playoffs? So the good thing, the thing here is everyone needs to realize Aaron Rodgers does not control his destination. Aaron Rodgers does not have a no trade clause. Aaron Rodgers is going to go wherever Green Bay decides to trade him to. So
Those
I
are
think
facts.
that is a key thing that people need to remember. It's not like the Deshaun Watson situation where Deshaun could say, "I'm only going to these teams," So, all right.
And a big thing for Denver though too is not knowing really what is going on with Aaron Rodgers. You can't play it. We seen the whole Deshaun Watson debacle kind of blow up in our faces. I've said this multiple times in our chats and talking with both of you guys. I feel like Peyton put all the eggs in the basket for Watson. Once that blew up, it came down to trying to scramble to find the next best option. We can't do that here tonight with the Aaron Rodgers whole entire thing. You can't base your draft off of a what if situation. So you got to stick to your
you can't. You have to go with the plan that you came to the draft with.
Exactly.
You
have to.
I agree with Matt 100%, and me and Matt don't agree a lot all the time. So, but I agree here. You cannot sit here and think, well, what if we do this, or what if tomorrow we trade for Aaron Rodgers? You can't have that right now. If you go out and you get a quarterback, and tomorrow Green Bay calls you and say, "Hey, do you want Aaron Rodgers?" And one, you got a lot to think about because Aaron Rodgers is probably he's 37. What do you think? Another 4 or 5 years? So do you want a 4 or 5 year guy, or do you want somebody that you could have for the next maybe 10 or 15 years?
Yeah, 15 to 18.
So,
looking at if it is Trey Lance that falls, he's 21 years old.
Right.
That's a long career if he stays
It
healthy.
is. And the way the NFL is these days, these quarterbacks do not take the beatings like they used to, So, you take care of yourself and you don't suffer any major injuries. You can play well into your 40s. So if you take care of your body and everything else. All right, we're getting close. We got about 12 minutes until Jacksonville goes on the clock. So let's talk about surprises. What kind of surprises do you guys see tonight? Or let's start this way. Now let's go ahead. We'll go that first. So Jerry, what surprise do you think we see tonight in the first round?
I think people are going to be surprised to see Zaven Collins jump up and get drafted earlier than people thought.
Okay.
He's kind of bounced around that late first, early second round.
Mm-hmm.
And big linebacker out of Tulsa that's loaded with talent. 6'4", 260, I think.
Oh, yeah. Very athletic individual.
Super athletic. He's picked off some passes at Tulsa. And granted, the competition level there is probably not what some of the other linebackers have faced, but this is a guy that I would love for the Broncos to get just because I want to watch him every week. I don't think he's better than Micah Parsons or a JOK, but I really like Zaven Collins in that first round.
And Matt, what do you think?
That was one of mine. So I did like that one. That is a good one. I think people are sleeping on Collins. Let's see where was I going with this? Just to kind of piggyback just a little bit off of what Jerry was saying, I want to just kind of provide some stuff. So there, in my opinion, there's major concerns with Parsons and with JOK. They're tweeners. Are they for Parsons? Is he an edge? Is he an inside linebacker? I would hate for a team. Let's use Denver as an example to invest in that guys whose coaches' jobs are on the line. You misutilizing them or overusing them and switching them back and forth never plays out correct. Look what happened with DeMarcus Walker. Tweener, is he a defensive tackle? Is he defensive end? That worries me. JOK, safety, inside linebacker. Overuse leads to misuse. So I'm concerned with them. I think because they are those tweeners, we may see them slide, and there is a possibility that a guy like Collins could go before him. One of these other natural inside linebackers could go before one of them. It just really depends on the team that's looking into it.
Yeah.
I think 6 quarterbacks go tonight. That's going to be my thing.
That's your surprise tonight? 6 quarterbacks?
I think 6. Yeah.
So who's your 6? Is it Mills?
I think it's Mills.
Davis Mills?
Yeah, I
So,
do think it. So this is
well,
where
and
it
I
could
think
get 7 though. It could get to
I
7.
agree. If somebody is desperate, then I think Trask could also sneak into the first round. Maybe even a Mond. Mond is climbing up people's boards like crazy.
Yeah,
You
Mills
know,
skyrocketed.
right? So yeah, Mills has skyrocketed. So it's going to be interesting to see. My surprise is I'm going to make a prediction that no running back goes in the first round tonight. I just
I
think
I
I
agree.
just think you can get running backs. In running backs are not your premier players anymore. I understand they're still an important part of the game, but people target wide receivers, tight ends, things like that first. And I think that Najee Harris and what's his name, Williams out of North Carolina, and the guy out of Clemson,
Etienne.
Etne. I think they all slide. I wouldn't be surprised to see all of them slide to tomorrow.
Yeah,
David, you and I have had that conversation a couple of times here in the early going of this new season. And I was listening to Orlando Franklin today, and he kind of backed up something that I talked about early on, that I believe Najee Harris is a pretty special running back. One like we haven't seen in a while. I think he's got more to offer than Derrick Henry in that he can come out of the backfield and catch passes and make a lot of people miss in the open field. Derrick Henry just runs over people, which is awesome.
Right,
But Najee Harris to me just has something that we haven't seen in a long time, and
right.
Orlando Franken, Big O, he kind of supported that too.
The one
And
team, and sorry to interrupt, Jerry, but the one team I could see possibly taking a running back would be Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh still has
yeah,
not re-signed Connor. And they may say, and you know how Pittsburgh is. Pittsburgh doesn't like to pay their guys.
yep.
They always let wide receivers and everyone else walk. They may just say, you know what, James, go ahead and go. We're going to go ahead and we're going to draft this guy. So that wouldn't surprise me either if they went with a Najee Harris or someone like that who can be a physical back in their system.
To your point, David, that's exactly what Orlando Franklin said, is that they hadn't drafted anybody since Rashad Mendenhall
Matt
in the
has
first
some
round.
breaking news
I
apparently.
may have. I don't know if we can. Nothing's confirmed yet. Mark Stink over here on 104 The Fan just reported that a deal for the Broncos to land Aaron Rodgers is as close as a done deal as it can
What?
get. That's what Stink's saying, and I haven't seen anyone else confirm it
All
yet.
right, dude, I'm getting like goosebumps here now.
Oh my
um,
God, what a night to
Yeah,
be live!
Benjamin Albright, he retweeted the tweet with all zipper faced emojis like mouth shut. Let's see what happens. We're going to be keeping a close eye on it. I will continue to just keep refreshing my Twitter and see what happens. We don't know if it's true, so nothing is locked in. I got
yeah.
breaking news in the background, but we will see if it happens.
Matt, on that subject, I wanted to ask you a little bit ago. What about the contract situation? Can we afford Aaron Rodgers? He's got to cost a lot more than Deshaun Watson was worth.
Got another guy tweeting it. Dr. Nugget NFL says Rogers to Denver is done per sources.
Holy crap!
So this may happen.
I need to get my devices because I'm not getting this news.
Yeah,
David,
we're sorry.
do you know what the contract situation is for Rodgers?
I think Aaron Rodgers has 3 years left on his deal.
I mean, what's his annual salary?
Oh, sorry, I was
40
letting the
million?
dog out. I'm bringing it up right now.
27 or 28 this year, right, Matt? Or is it 37?
So for base hit, base salaries 14.7 mil, signing bonus is 11.5, roster bonus is 6.8, workout 500,000. He did a restructure for another 2.8. It breaks down to a 37.2 is the cap hit for 2021. This is where it gets interesting, though. There is a potential out after 2022. That according to Spot Track, there is.
That's crazy. How are the Broncos going to afford to pay that salary and give up? They're going to have to give up a bunch of draft capital here to do this.
It's going to probably, and what I heard today on the radio is first round today, probably a second. It's also going to probably next year's first round, and it'll include 2 starters, which will probably be Bradley Chubb and Jerry Jeudy.
So here we go. Here's Josini Anderson. Still nothing confirming the trade has happened from anyone legitimate. At least regarding Denver, I'm told one of Aaron Rodgers' attractions to the Broncos has been the sense of freedom he'd feel with the offense, with Elway in the building per source. Packers clearly have many things to think over. Given or not, we'll see how things unfold. So Josini Anderson's ESPN reporter. I trust her. She's actually, she has more credibility than our local media, I would say. So it does sound like there is significant trade talks happening, but nothing in place yet.
So if it's going to happen, it's going to happen before trade 9.
Right.
It has to.
Pick number 9 is going to be a big deal here tonight, folks.
It definitely is. So.
Yeah, the trade will have to happen tonight. If you look at the comments, Dave, it looks like my brother is on there, so maybe he's hearing something similar to out in the Green Bay media source. He's got that blaring as he's trying to watch the draft tonight. I haven't seen breaking news fly up across the screen here in front of me.
Yeah, I have not. I am watching. I got a
nice job, Adam.
Network on right now. So yeah, I love this one. If this really happens, I love this comment by Adam. So if this goes down, boy, this will be like the Peyton Manning signing,
Hey, Adam, I got to tell you, man, I can't wait for you to do one of these shows with us. Your comments are awesome, and I look forward to getting on here with you one of these days.
Yeah, I'm checking the Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport trades right now, and I'm not seeing anything, no mentions of it yet. So we'll just keep an eye on it and kind of focus back towards the draft, I guess. I think that so we don't get too excited and get let down.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and do something here. Let's see if this works. There he is. I sent that off to some of my Green Bay fans, and it wasn't received too well. Photo of Aaron Rodgers in his Broncos orange already.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot on Twitter, a lot of talk about the Broncos have put in a very impressive thing. A deal's almost done. So, hey, let's sit back. Let's cross our fingers. I know this sort of puts us,
that'll shake up the draft.
Me and Matt talked about this earlier today.
But I thought yesterday was a bomb cyclone.
Yeah, right. Oh. Teddy Bridgewater. And we knew that was not the only step in okay. We knew this was not the only step in the process. But we did me and Matt talked about it earlier, and if I had a choice between a Justin Fields who's a 10 to 15 year guy and Aaron Rodgers, for 3 or 4 years, I probably want Justin Fields just so you can start building this team with your quarterback of the future. But, Aaron Rodgers has been relatively healthy. I mean, I think he could play for more than 5 years. What do you think, Jerry?
I do. Adam Johnson posted earlier today that he thought he could go 7 to 10. And as much as I hate for quarterbacks to do that, yeah, I mean, he's stayed relatively healthy, and I don't see any reason why he couldn't.
Right, and anybody out there,
especially with Garrett Bowles on his backside there.
Anyone out there watching the show, send us your comments. Let us know what you guys think, what you guys are hearing. If you guys are hearing stuff, we're all sort of trying to concentrate here. We're trying to watch our phones. We're trying to watch everywhere. So Matt is really, if Matt looks distracted, it's because Matt is distracted right now. So
that's what I like about Dave
Matt. Logan just reported something too. I mean, these are all local media guys. Keep in mind, Dave Logan said on KOA Colorado, source told him Aaron Rodgers to Broncos could happen tonight.
And I don't think Dave Logan is a reckless guy. Dave Logan doesn't just say stuff to say it, and I don't think Schlereth does either. Schlereth is well connected.
Pancho's on TV.
No, he's not.
Yeah, our old buddy Randy.
Yeah,
he's up on the TV right now.
Yeah, he was trying to come on with us. He couldn't get the link to work, unfortunately. We had a guy there in Cleveland who was trying to get on. Unfortunately, we just could not get the link to work. Bad signal or something. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
they probably like a lot of stadiums, they block the signals. They don't want people live streaming it
Yeah.
out. So which is perfect. So all right, so it looks like we're getting ready for Jacksonville to go on the clock. Oh, Jerry's got his finger up now. Now Jerry got breaking news.
No, just real quick, I wanted to
Wow.
piggyback on what Matt was saying. I've had people ask who Cecil Lammy is, who's Dave Logan, who's Mark. Well, most people know Mark Sclera stink, but our insiders here, these guys are really good sources.
Oh
And
yeah,
when I hear Dave Logan talk, I'm freaking listening.
yeah. And Cecil Lammy, as much as the
Yeah.
guy annoys me,
I
Cecil
love
Lammy is
Cecil.
well connected in
Yeah.
the NFL.
Yeah, him and Ben Albright.
And he's usually
Right.
he's usually pretty accurate with his stuff. So and I haven't seen anything from Cecil yet.
He did put something, but nothing per se. It just said Broncos are not taking. It says Mark Selroth on 104th friend now says Broncos are not taking a quarterback in NFL draft because they are close to trading for Aaron Rodgers, per his sources. So he's just pretty much reiterating what Stink is saying on air because their war room is live on air for radio or whatever.
Right.
I have a feeling we're going to be waiting for a while for this pick to. I think if it does happen, we might have to wait to closer to pick 9.
Okay.
This is going to be a historic night in the NFL. I don't think there's ever been a draft that has had more polarizing conversation. 6 or 7 quarterbacks in the first round. Can that really happen? With this Aaron Rodgers situation, maybe not now, or maybe it even escalates even higher.
Right.
This is just incredible.
I want whoever this individual is to identify themselves.
Hey, throwing out the shade at D-Mac, man.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone here. I mean, I think we all respect D-Mac for what he is and what he's accomplished. I don't think there's any of us that like him.
He's an entertainer. He's an entertainer, just
he's
like
really
Mike
good
Evans,
at what he does. He's not good at
he
football.
does. So whoever this is, please identify yourself. So and just let everybody know if you're in the thing up on top of the Facebook thing where it says there's a thing that says StreamYard.com/Facebook. Click on that. That'll allow StreamYard to use your name. That's all it does. It doesn't collect any more of your information. So
yeah.
Oh boy, this is
no breaking news.
I know who this is. This is my brother. This my brother Sean.
On Slade in the house.
So
that's your brother? I thought he was your dad.
Wow, does he look that old? Or do I look that young?
No, I'm just trying to give him a little slam for you, David.
Oh, okay. So
that's the truth right there.
Boy, this is definitely turned it into a D-bag. All right, so Jacksonville, I believe, is on the clock.
Yeah, you guys are a little bit
any surprises here?
No, it's Trevor Lawrence.
So this was what was going to be. I wish this would happen, and that would be Urban Meyer taking Justin Fields to just blow this whole thing up.
I still believe it can.
So,
and I'm serious. I still believe it can.
Dang. I'm looking at some odds. Odds are coming down from Sportsline, Las Vegas. Broncos odds moving today with Aaron Rodgers rumors. They go from plus 6,000 to plus 2,000 to win the Super Bowl, from plus 3,000 to plus 1,000 to win the AFC. Significant jump. Significant.
Definitely. So, all right. So we know 1 and 2 are pretty much done deals here, as far as we know. Jacksonville.
I don't think so.
Well, maybe not 2.
Not 2. 1 is solid.
I just don't know I don't know though. I saw Urban Meyer, and he may have been there just because he was his coach for 1 year at Ohio State. But I saw him at the Justin Fields Pro Day. So
I still believe it's possible, David.
It is possible. I mean,
I heard a thing on 104.3 today. I believe it was 104.3. Zach Wilson, his offensive, or the New York Jets offensive scheme, is exactly what BIU ran. So Zach Wilson to the Jets seems like a cinch. I do think there's a chance we see Fields go number one.
I would say 5%. I think there is a connection.
I think it's very minimal.
Yeah, it's minimal. I
You
mean,
know,
Lawrence. Go
if
ahead.
you ask me, Trevor Lawrence is the lock in this draft. I think Justin Fields is,
A Drew
second.
Lock?
No, did I say lock?
Yeah, you
I
said
thought
Trevor
I said
Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence.
You said Trevor Lawrence is the Drew Lock.
No, I said no. I said the. If I did, I didn't mean to. He's the only lock in this draft to be successful. No, he is not the Drew Lock in this draft.
You said Trevor Lawrence is the Drew Lock of this draft, but I think you meant to say is the lock of the draft.
We got somebody out here who wants to say that Rodgers can still be traded to the 49ers.
I'm not ruling him out.
It can happen. Anything can happen. Yeah. Until that a trade is announced,
To that Facebook user, I'm going to say the Pack is going to be real hesitant to trade to the NFC.
Yeah, and here's where the draft really starts right here is who are the 49ers picking. And I think a lot of it depends. If they trade for Rodgers, well, and like I mentioned in the pre-show before the draft started, I've heard that they could draft Justin Fields and then put him as part of a trade package to Green Bay to get San Francisco. So, and I don't know if that's what Green Bay is looking for. Of course, there's going to be a lot more first-round draft picks involved in it. So, this will be the first time in NFL history that the MVP is traded the next year.
Absolutely.
So,
and that brings us back to what we talked about just a few minutes ago. This could very well be a historic night.
Okay,
I had all kinds of great notes, and they've all been blown out right now. Right. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Matt has an update for us.
I had some updates. Speaking of so 2 updates. Mike Kliss is reporting, while there are various reports out on Aaron Rodgers and Broncos, I'm told Broncos are not in talks with Green Bay. Exactly. All Broncos brasses in war room getting prepared for the draft. But Troy Rank is contradicting it. Broncos in on the talks. They are expected, are full throttle aggressive for the future of Hall of Famers. See where it goes. Next thing that's happening, Mark Serra says, deal could be close, but could still fall through. This is where I'm going to kind of interject. I want to focus on pick number 2. I know we know one is a lock. This is where I think things could get messy. Pick 2. Robert Saleh is a no-nonsense, no BS kind of guy. Zach Wilson's been rumored to be that arrogant, kind of flamboyant, needs to mature kind of, he's like your frat boy. That's what he is.
Does he want a Justin Fields instead?
I think Justin Fields could be the surprise pick. Everyone believes he's the number 2 quarterback, starter ready. A lot of people think that. So, I mean, if I'm Robert Saleh, I see the upside and I see all of the natural ability this kid's got. But if I'm New York, I'm a mess right now, and I think I need a natural leader. Justin Fields
you don't need right. You don't need somebody who's going to come in there and upset, everything with his attitude and his flamboyancy and his arrogance that he has. So, and that has been the knock on Zach Wilson. The guy can throw the ball like crazy, but he does come with some baggage, and that is his attitude and his arrogance. You want your quarterback to be a little arrogant. You want them to be confident in themselves, but I think there's a fine line, and then once you get over it, you start to become more of a problem. And Jerry, you've coached before. You've seen players that you get, and you coached at the high school level, and I think you experience it a lot more at that level because you got kids that are just that much better than other kids, and they let everybody know it. And I think it's a problem on a team.
Yeah, that's one of the most difficult things to coach a kid like that. I had a running back that I thought could be Division I. His dad went to Nebraska and played behind Tom Rathbun back in the day. Great. I really liked the kid, but he was so full of himself that it was really difficult to coach. And a guy like Zach Wilson could very well find himself like Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah, we got
a link and we can't see it, unfortunately. I'll hop over and see if I could bring it up on my phone.
David, Nigel hit us up about a comment.
Yeah.
You see Nigel? There it is.
Yeah, and this is it, and I was going to get back to it. What package would you give up for Rodgers? Jerry, I'll let you go first.
Nigel, my package is, we give up 9, obviously. We give up next year's 9. The problem is if we get Aaron Rodgers, next year's 9 is going to be, outside the top 25.
Right. You're
Appreciate
probably in mid to late 20s or maybe further,
Right.
But Green Bay is going to have to understand that too. And I think that's why Green Bay may ask for more. I think they may ask for a second and third this draft as well. And I'm hearing 2 starters as well.
Yeah. This is what I just to get mine in real quick before the draft starts officially. I think it is 3 first-round picks. I don't think we're going to have to dip into the other capital. I say 3 to 4 first-round picks. Bradley Chubb for sure. And it could be Deshaun Hamilton, and we're going to have to part with one more starter. I'm fearful it's Draymond Jones. I really am fearful it's him, but it may make sense.
Yeah, I agree. That would be bad.
That does. I think we need the depth along the defensive line. So
if you keep your second-round pick, though, it gives you a chance to
right. If you do, but if Green Bay insists on that, because this could be almost like a Herschel Walker type deal.
Nigel, what's it worth to you? What would you give?
Right. Nigel,
one thing I am for sure. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, Nigel, if you could just throw in the comments what you would give up for Aaron Rodgers. I've heard anything, and I even proposed this to Matt earlier, 5 first-round picks, because I've heard that thrown out there, that Green Bay may ask that kind of king's ransom for this guy.
How about a first this year, a second this year, and a first next year and a second next year?
That may do it, but you're going to have to throw in some players too. And I think one of them is Bradley Chubb, and I think also I've heard Jerry Jeudy thrown out there.
I do not think that's possible. Aaron Rodgers wants to keep the young core in. He's not going to want his offensive weapon or his potential perennial Pro Bowl.
And that may be where the deal falls apart.
Yeah, it could.
Because Green Bay's not going to care about what Aaron Rodgers wants in Denver.
But you also got to remember, with pick 9, could they are the influx in capital, especially if they're going to stick with Jordan Love. If that's their plan, 9 puts you in place for potentially Pitts if he does slide, puts you in place for Jamar Chase or one of the Alabama receivers.
Right, that is true.
You can up there.
Yeah, I think if everything goes the way you're hearing things, is that Pitts, Chase, and Smith will be off the board. Waddle and Smith may swap spots, and personally, I would rather have Waddle. If I was going to take one of them, I think Smith, he's a little small. He might get banged up a little bit in the NFL. I understand at Alabama he could run past all those guys, but in the NFL everybody's quick, So he's going to take some abuse. Hey, I'm going to step out for a minute, guys. I'm going to turn it over to you two. I will be back shortly.
Okay, I love Waddle. Just to jump on there, Matt. But his injury concerns bother me as much as Devontae Smith's size concerns, don't you think?
Yeah, I definitely think that there is that injury. I think the size issue is for some reason being hyped up, but I do understand that the size issues for Devonta Smith. He got hurt I can't remember if it was the semifinal or maybe it was even I don't remember what game he got hurt in, but these boys are going to be wrecking your life here. These linebackers, these safeties like to come down and, they like to lay the wood. He weighed in at like 165 pounds.
Right. And that shocks me is he doesn't look that small.
Yeah, I'm 5'7.5", and I got almost 40 pounds on the dude. I'm not a very large guy, and I've got my stuff rocked, and just based off the size. I just don't think. I think it is a legitimate concern, and I think he slides for it. Miami's rumored to be in love with Waddle. Waddle and Tua had a great connection, is what I've been told. I don't follow Alabama frequently enough to make any assumptions. I can't stand Alabama personally, but yeah, I think Waddle does. We do see Waddle go. The scary thing is, does Waddle surpass Jamar Chase because of how much in love Miami is with Waddle?
Yeah, Matt. Hey, I just got another Aaron Rodgers update here.
Let's see what happens.
Kyle Clark from 9 News just reported that Mike Kliss said the Broncos. Oh, you talked about Mike Kliss. Sorry, I
did a little bit. Maybe it's the same thing.
Yeah, it says that they're not involved in active trading negotiations with the Packers.
Yeah, and it looks like we're about just under 9 minutes, or about to be under 9 minutes. I'm watching through stream, so I'm a little bit delayed. So you guys will get the picks a little bit before me.
I think I'm streamed as well. So
yeah,
we're gonna.
Yeah, we'll find. Yeah, I'm using Twitter to find out, so we'll continue to monitor it that way.
Nigel,
so yeah.
did you hit us up and send us what you would give up for Rodgers?
He is not yet.
Okay, Nigel. For those that don't know, Nigel, Adam, they're a couple of our regulars that always have good contributions, and I'm always excited to see what they have to say and want them on my shows.
Yeah. Hopefully, they're working on putting together their own shows to be under the Rocky Mountain Sports Report brand. So we're hopefully getting some creative production done on that for them. So we have. It seems like we have this extended amount of time to talk about all these other things because we know Trevor Lawrence is going 1. So just kind of looking at, we talked about number 2. 3's up in air. Let's skip it. We don't know what's happening because that could be an Aaron Rodgers thing. We get to floor. Let's talk about Atlanta.
I don't know how Atlanta doesn't just take Pitts.
I mean, think you have to.
Maybe they want more darts, but Pitts, come on, man. Kyle Pitts is a machine.
Yeah, I'm not sure who this comment is from. Sorry, guys, I'm back. This one says, just saw that Denver is not after Rodgers. I just think there's too many sources out there and too many reliable sources saying that, Denver is heavily involved in negotiations with them right now. So
yeah, I think this tweet or this follower is probably just seen the Mike Kliss tweet,
right,
which
would provide that confusion.
I think what happened is Kyle Clark got it on 9 News. Kyle Clark's also a good local source, but not necessarily for sports.
Right.
And he got a hold of the Mike Kliss thing, and that's what came out. So
yeah, he probably did. So he hacked into his Twitter account. So
I do like Mike Kliss, but man, when you got Dave Logan and Schlereth reporting otherwise, I don't know. Troy Rank.
Troy Rank. So definitely conflicting reports circulating Aaron Rodgers. We were talking about Atlanta. We don't understand how you can't go with Pitts. There's the only losing Julio.
The only thing I can see them doing here, Pitts has to be the pick. But if they do not go Pitts, then they're going Trey Lance, and they want a guy that can sit 2 years behind Matt Ryan and develop.
I actually think they'll trade back if they don't take Pitts.
Their asking price has been rumored to be ridiculously high.
That's what I'm hearing too. So
6.5 minutes to go here for Jacksonville.
But if they really wanted to trade out of 4, they started high. But if they do not want Pitts, they really don't think that's their guy, and they want to gather more draft capital. Then as it gets closer to their pick, then that asking price is gonna drop. So we'll have to see. I'm not seeing anything out there. This whole looks like this whole Aaron Rodgers thing is
going to be hush for a little bit.
Yeah.
I do think pick number 2 does control what does happen, though. I think if New York surprises someone and takes one of San Francisco's targets, which has not been anticipated, it opens it up to who knows what. This draft has so many possibilities. Troy Rank himself has said it's a volatile draft. Some people think there's the top 64 players have chance to be above average to elite level. players. This commenter down here says Rodgers is taking over the draft. That is completely accurate. So I think it'd be best for us to, if more news is coming out, we'll be sure to break it. But let's try to recenter, refocus towards that draft.
Yeah, definitely understand. So Jacksonville.
I still think there's a good chance they take Fields.
Right. So, and then
which will be crazy.
It would be crazy. It would rock this whole draft. I think. I mean, everybody since beginning of the college season has been saying that Lawrence is going to be the number one pick in the draft. So, and I would be shocked, but it wouldn't surprise me with Urban Meyer either because of that relationship with Justin Fields. And Justin Fields, he's not a slouch of a quarterback. And I'm going to throw something out there, and I heard this, and I sort of witnessed it, and I told Jerry this earlier today. The two biggest games in Trevor Lawrence's last two seasons, he lost both of them. He lost to Ohio State and Justin Field, and then last year LSU, what they did to him in the championship game. So. I don't know. I would definitely be shocked, but it could happen. So, but I'm going to stick with my guns. I'm going to say it's going to be Trevor Lawrence. I don't think that Urban Meyer wants to get fired on day one, and I don't think he's the GM as well. He's not. He's just the coach, right, Matt? Or is he the GM down there as well?
Trent Baalke is the GM. I mean, he does have some kind of executive say for sure. Trent Baalke's not really, like a shark in open waters. He's kind of, I don't know how direct he's going to be. He could allow Urban Meyer to have some more say. I still don't think it's enough to turn the tides to go to Justin Fields. If it did, this whole draft would be flipped upside down. Trevor Lawrence has already stated that he does not want to play for New York. So New York becomes a trade destination, but how far back?
Right. So I'm going to ask you guys a question. We got five, the five, we'll call them, the big five quarterbacks. Out of those five, it's statistically, that two, possibly three of them are going to be bust. They'll just be average quarterbacks. They won't be your franchise guys. Out of those five, who do you guys pick as the two or three that may be the most likely to not live up to the hype? And I'll start with Jerry.
Zach Wilson, and I'm going to go Trevor Lawrence.
I'm sorry, me and Matt just both had the same look on our face. Like, did he just say that? So
I'm actually sitting here watching Trevor Lawrence on TV, and every time I watch him, I'm just amazed by how good and polished he is. But something tells me he is just not going to live up, and maybe it's because he gets injured or something. But Zach Wilson's easy. I think Justin Fields is going to have a chip on his shoulder, something to prove. It could be Mac Jones. And a lot of people are on Mac Jones, including myself.
Right. My two guys are Zach Wilson and Mac Jones. And if I had to throw a third in there, I would say it would be maybe Trey Lance, but I don't know. I think Trey Lance might have the most upside out of all five of these. So, who are your guys, Matt?
I have one.
All Zach right. Wilson. And the pick is in Jacksonville. Here we go.
It'll be coming any minute now.
Yeah.
Another thing about Trevor Lawrence is he's going to Jacksonville. I can't think of a worse scenario, although at least it's with Urban Meyer.
Well, I could
think of one scenario. In cap space.
I could think is one place that would be worse, and that would be New York.
Absolutely.
It's
probably the worst place for Zach Wilson to go.
Oh, wow. Somebody out here, and I don't know who this is. Identify yourself. Trevor Lawrence is the next Ryan Leaf.
No, that's Zach Wilson.
All right. It does look like the pick is about to be made.
Yep. Here we go, everyone.
Thanks, Adam. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you might get it, Dave. You might be getting it before us. Jerry and I are both using a stream app for
It's Trevor
cable
Lawrence.
companies.
It's Trevor Lawrence. So,
Oh God.
oh, okay. That's Sean again saying that Trevor Lawrence is the next Ryan Leaf. So hopefully we don't see Trevor Lawrence in a locker room crying one day, screaming at the media. So I'm not sure if Matt's old enough to remember the Ryan Leaf saga. So
Was that 98 or 99 that he was drafted?
I can't remember. I'll have to look. So
Either way, I would have been 3 or 4 years old. So
yeah,
I
so
don't
you,
remember
you
anything.
probably really don't recall
What?
it. So all right, so we got the Jets on the board.
Hey, David, that user said it's me, Sean.
Yeah, that's who said, yeah. 98. 98 is when he was drafted. So Ryan Leaf was drafted out of Washington State, I believe. Was supposed
That
to be
sounds about right.
the big deal. Same year as Manning.
So my streaming thing just announced Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, you are significantly behind. I'm at about 6 minutes 37 seconds. Where are you at, Dave? About 6 minutes 35.
Where?
Oh, for the time clock.
I don't see a clock right now. They're showing Trevor Lawrence right now. So
okay.
I don't even see it.
It's irrelevant. We'll announce them as they come in.
Right. All right. So yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
Can I say, since I said Trevor Lawrence was going to be one of the busts, can I say that I hope he's not? Because I do like him.
Yeah, you can say that. So I agree with Matt, though. He's going into a situation where they have a lot of cap space available. My only concern is Urban Meyer. Does Urban Meyer translate from college to the NFL? His rah-rah approach is not going to work with these NFL athletes, So he's going to have
Nick Saban.
He's going to have to surround himself with some good coaches. So Nigel says we hope we got our popcorn ready. So
I got Chinese food waiting for me upstairs.
You got Chinese food? I got some coffee going. I'm old. I can't stay up till 10 o'clock anymore, so I'm gonna have to down a whole pot of coffee today. So,
yeah.
All right. Who's the last good QB to come out of the ACC? He's gonna suck. Who would you say was the last? Don't bring up Jameis.
That's where I was going.
He's not good though, Jerry. He hasn't proved he's good yet.
I love Jameis Winston.
Well, I know you do.
I would have loved to have him come here we had a quarterback friendly environment for him like New Orleans does.
No, we need somebody who's not going to be destroyed by an inept offensive coordinator, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
So here's some Russell Wilson, Russell Wilson actually, one. And he was Wisconsin though.
Yeah, he's technically Wisconsin.
He went to NC State for a while and then transferred.
I know who it is.
Phillip Rivers, Deshaun
Watson. There it is. That's who the best one is. Unfortunately, I hate to say that because of everything that's going on. I don't want to give. We don't know what's going on with any of that.
Doug Flutie. Yeah, so we got some names flying out here, but yeah, I think Deshaun probably. At the end of the day, I respect what Phillip Rivers did. Yeah, he didn't win. What do you mean he was Mac? Rivers was not Mac. Rivers went
to North Carolina State.
Right. So
I was just seeing in the Jets war room they're celebrating already. So
are they? So
they must be getting their guy, which we assume.
Yeah, I show 3:35 left to run the clock.
Yeah, so you're about 5 seconds ahead of me.
Okay, so I'll
go. Any of our followers or listeners on board with Zach Wilson? What are your thoughts on Zach Wilson?
What's everybody's thoughts on Zach Wilson?
I'll just kind of dummy down on this one. I mean, not dummy down, but I'm going to hop in. Zach Wilson could be the pick, though. I mean, if you look at it, New York's they have a toxic fan base. It's the big city lights. I don't think a Justin Fields would be swallowed.
I don't either.
but they kind of want the showboat. They might want that. They want, that's kind of what they need. That's kind of the environment they thrive in. So I agree 100%. I was really high on Wilson. Looking back a few months ago, Dave, you and I had conversations. I was really down on Fields. I was loving Wilson. Now
I know you were.
Yeah, I completely flip-flopped.
There's a big difference between New York City and the media there than Provo, Utah. Nigel's saying it's a reach in my eyes, and I don't know if he's talking about reaching for Zach Wilson. If that is what you're talking about, Nigel, let us know. Somebody else is saying, I'm hearing that the Jets are going to run the same offense scheme that Wilson ran at BYU. If they do, they do, but
that's what
the Jets right now. The Jets right now they don't have the players to do it right now. So I mean, he's going to get beat up for a while, and he's going to have to be tough because that fan base in New York is going to destroy him. So
who's the Jets running back again?
I can't even tell you. It's Frank Gore.
Frank Gore.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still on the team.
And that may be the team that ruins my prediction because they got picked 23. So they may say we're going to need a running back too because Frank can't bring his walker on the field anymore. So,
Nigel.
I'm going to bring up your depth chart right now.
Zach is a reach. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I'm not sure. So anyway, at the top of the announcement that said we're going live, if you scroll in there, there's a thing that says give StreamYard your permission. It says StreamYard/Facebook. Click on that, and then it will allow your name to be shown. So you'll just have to go and do that. So hopefully that helps you. Adam says if they build it right, Wilson could be a perennial Pro Bowler. And then he says the operative word is if, and I agree. If, are they really the people? And here's the pick is in again.
It's going to be
walking up to the podium now.
So I was wrong. It is not. Frank Gore is no longer the starting running back. He's not on the roster right now. They have LaMichael Perrine, Ty Johnson, Tevin Coleman. They just picked up as a free agent this offseason. So running back could go.
Zach Wilson is the pick, quarterback out of BYU to New York.
That is brutal.
It is.
It's going to have nothing.
Now we're on to the pick that everybody needs to figure out.
And this is the pick where the draft really starts, in my opinion.
Yep. Shaking in my boots.
Yeah, I think this is going to shape the way the rest of the top 10 goes.
So hey guys, we've kind of beat this dead horse a little bit. We're excited to see pick number 3, right?
Right.
So let's real quick talk about round 2. Assuming the Broncos still have pick 40 in round 2, who do you like?
Say that again.
Who do you like in round 2 for the Broncos?
I like Jabril Cox. I've been pounding the table for him for a long time. I think he's the best coverage linebacker in the draft.
You can't wait until round 3, can you?
No. I don't think he's going to last till round 3.
Agreed.
He's
I actually disagree. I disagree.
Well, okay.
I do, and I'll tell you why. Because we're going to see a lot of these inside linebacker needy teams. We're going to see them be, if they're not attacking him in round 1, there's like a huge push of these guys that are ranked in that, mid first to early second round. Great. If they're not taken now, they're going to be sliding to the second round. It's really going to be where are this first run on linebackers going to happen? Where's Parsons going? Where's JOK going? Where's Collins going? Where's the guy out of Missouri going?
I think JOK and Parsons both slide down. And, Matt said, that may push them. But Denver has a needed inside linebacker. So I would not wait and risk trying to get one at 3. Pick somebody at 40. I don't care if it's Richie Grant. I don't care if it's Javonte Williams. I don't care if it's Jabril Cox. I mean, I prefer Jabril Cox. I'm an LSU fan. I watched the guy play all year. They put the guy in the slot. He covers receivers. He can cover tight ends. He can cover running backs, and he's good in run support. So,
Yeah,
So
and it's a very heavy inside linebacker class because I mean, if you kind of you've put those guys that we just talked about into tier one, then you move to this tier two, Jamin Davis, you got Jabril Cox, you got Browning out of Ohio State. I mean, there is another good group of that tier two, but then you get into tier three. There's another kid out of Ohio State. So it's a pretty stacked class for inside linebacker. That's why I think if you do see first round slide, I think tier two will slide, and so on, so forth. So I do think there's that.
To
and
jump on with you, David, for the Denver Broncos' needs, I believe Jabril Cox is the best inside linebacker in this draft for them. I love
I
Tay.
think he
I
fits
love
the
Zaven
scheme.
Collins, but he fits the scheme.
Okay, Matt's either frozen or he is sitting very still.
He's very.
So
I'm
I'll
not
pop
even
him
going to
out.
touch him.
So when he pops back in, so we'll get him back in here. So, um, and this comment here, I agree with this comment. I think Fields is a better QB, but based on the system they're going to run, maybe Wilson is the better fit. I'm not going to say he's a better quarterback than Justin Fields. I don't believe he is. So
I think it's what the Jets want to do. And my co-host on Rocky Mountain Thunder, Alex Romero, he's a
yeah,
Utah guy, so BYU is his nemesis, and he really had a lot of negative comments for Zach Wilson from the season he had. Even as BYU went 11-1, they didn't play any real Power Five teams, and when they did, they didn't look that good. But Wilson did produce, and I think this is just a scheme fit for the Jets, and I think the
I
Jets are going to continue to be the Jets.
I agree. I think it is a scheme fit, and I think they will continue to be the Jets. Um, so we'll see how things go. Um, so we got San Francisco on the clock. I know you and Matt talked about it when I stepped away. I mean, what's your consensus here? Do they go Mac Jones? Do they go Trey Lance? Does Justin Fields slide in there?
Well, I've since day one, I thought Justin Fields was the guy. And in visiting with Matt, he's convinced me that through the Mike Shanahan years at Washington with RG3, that's just not the type of quarterback they want for that system. So I'm kind of in a belief that Mac Jones is that guy,
Well,
uh,
and see,
or Trey Lance, because
and,
they can mold him behind Jimmy G.
and that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's Trey Lance because they're keeping Jimmy G. You
Yep.
know,
But
uh,
how's Jimmy G going to feel about this?
well, he's not going to be happy.
Right?
I mean, it's like any other quarterback. When somebody drafts your replacement, you're not happy. It's
He
like
wasn't happy backing up Tom Brady.
no, it's like when John Elway was here and the Broncos drafted Tommy Maddox. John Elway was not happy. Luckily Tommy Maddox fizzled out and amounted to pretty much nothing in the NFL. But these guys all have egos. They're very competitive, and they get defensive. But is Jimmy G then going to say, "I want out of here"? You know,
I don't
so
know.
is it going to be another one of those situations? And I don't know if he has as much weight as a Aaron Rodgers or a Matt Ryan to say, "I don't want to be here." You know,
Well, that's a good point because he's getting paid a lot of money. And who's going to want to pick up that kind of change?
right? That's a huge contract to pick up
I
if they're
don't
going
think
to.
New England will even want in on it.
No, I mean San Francisco would have to eat a lot of that salary. So,
Right.
um, and I think it's upwards of a $25 million cap hit. So,
Right.
it looks like Matt has dropped off altogether. I think Matt may be experiencing technical difficulties. Let me see if I got anything from him. Um,
Hey, we got Sean Slade in here now.
all right,
He says
all right.
Mac is a bust and Bama hasn't produced since the snake. And he's right. They really haven't.
No, they haven't. I mean, Tua. I think there's still questions out there on Tua and what's he going to be? Jalen Hurts. I mean, Philadelphia must believe in Jalen Hurts. I mean, they went ahead and got rid of Wentz to keep. But I think Philly's probably going to grab another quarterback in the draft, maybe in the later rounds. I wouldn't be surprised to see like Kellen Mond go to Philadelphia. They may grab him in the second round before Denver has a chance, if that's somebody that Denver looks at grabbing. So I think Mac Jones is a system guy. I think he's smart. I think he's very intelligent, but he lacks athleticism.
He's a conservative pick.
He is. He's very conservative. If he's a guy that you want to stand in the pocket and deliver accurate throws to predetermined routes, he's your guy. But I think once the pocket breaks down, and I was watching something earlier, and the Niners selection is in. So we'll get back to this here in a minute, but let's see.
Hey, real quick, David, just my Facebook followers know that I have said this group of quarterbacks is overrated.
Trey Lance to the San Francisco 49ers. Wow.
We just talked about it.
Yeah. So that means that
Jimmy G rolls with this.
Yeah. So I see him keeping Jimmy G for a year. Let Trey develop for a year. I think he'll maybe he comes in. Maybe Trey, plays, towards the latter part of the season. Especially if they're not in like a playoff push or anything like that. Matt, you saw the pick, Trey Lance to the 49ers.
I did not see it, unfortunately.
So, yeah.
If I keep getting the boot, unfortunately, about a mile north of me, about 2 o'clock this morning, somebody crashed into one of Comcast's towers. So they've been doing maintenance all day. Okay. Unfortunately, if they're doing it, they're saying Comcast said it's just going to be a power surge that could be interfering with services.
Thing. So
hopefully.
Yeah, worst case, me and Jerry will bore the hell out of everybody. So, and let's go back to where we were, and then we can talk about Trey Lance a little bit more. But we were talking about Mac Jones. Sean says he's a bust, and I think he has a high potential of being a bust if he doesn't go to the right system. Mac Jones is a guy who needs to be in a pocket,
That's why I think he needs to sit in the pocket,
and he may be, but I saw some highlights today that once the pocket breaks down and he has to get outside of the pocket, his accuracy drops significantly.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's going to be a problem. So, Sean says I was hoping that Denver would move up 3 and take Lance. I think Matt and I both flip back and forth between we wanted either Trey Lance or Justin Fields.
The upside is definitely there.
Yeah, I like Trey Lance, especially with what Denver did yesterday with bringing in Teddy Bridgewater. I thought that Trey Lance was going to be the route, and I think it may have been. And I think now Denver doesn't pick a QB.
Help me out here with Lance. I like him. He's played less than 350 snaps in college football.
Yes, he has. That is the lowest
That's unrealistic.
number. That is the lowest number of snaps by any quarterback picked in the top 10 of a draft. So he
just can't get behind that.
And I can't either. There's a big question there. As he had a good season in 2019. At no QB is off the board. I'm not sure if I really understand that there. And looks like we just lost Jerry, or Jerry just shut off his camera for a minute.
Yeah, he hopped off. He sent it in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully you don't get stuck here all alone. Let's see. Fingers crossed. Come on, Comcast. Keep it together.
Yeah.
So the other big thing is I don't think quarterback's taken off the board for Denver yet. Justin Fields is still there. What this pick did solidify, though, is that San Francisco is out of the Aaron Rodgers.
I agree 100%. I agree because I don't think Green Bay would have said to San Francisco, draft Trey Lance and trade him to us.
Yeah,
I just don't think Green Bay would have done that. They already got a young quarterback that is raw and needs some developing. I don't think they want to bring another guy into that situation. I like Nigel's comment here. J.C. Horn is a good cornerback. I think he may be the top one in the draft, and that's something you and I talked about. It looks like Jerry's back. That's something we talked about, Matt. Is is Caleb Farley. Caleb Farley was rated as the number one cornerback coming into this draft, and the guy has tremendous skills. There's some injury concerns there, though. And some people questioned his maturity because he opted out. And I'm not going to question his maturity because of that, because plenty of players opted out. We're not calling them into question, you know. So I think with Caleb Farley, they say the last procedure he had done, it was an outpatient procedure. It was minor. So we'll see. I think Matt predicts that Caleb Farley's going to slide out of the first round. You thinking, Matt?
I don't think he does. I mean, there's been late buzz that he has not fallen enough. There's been concern, but not enough concern to push him all the way out. New Orleans is extremely interested in him. They see something in him, is what's been kind of flying around. Of course,
Right.
You never know. So you just don't know. But yeah, so he could slide out. This is a cornerback heavy draft. I don't expect a cornerback to go inside the top 10. I would say the earliest we could see one go is Dallas.
Yeah,
and that would be the first.
Sorry, Matt. I think if Denver is going to take a cornerback, we're going to trade back. We're not going to take him at 9. We're going to get some more draft capital and trade back. But maybe this whole Aaron Rodgers thing shakes out. You hearing any more about it, Matt?
No, it's been silence on Rodgers.
Okay, so I think some people may have got a little trigger finger and got jumped the gun a little bit. So I'm making those statements, but I mean, Stink and Dave Logan are good sources. So
and I wouldn't expect anything to be up there until if it's Broncos, I would say
right.
Until then.
I think that trade will be announced as the Broncos go up the pick that Denver has. Sean has a comment here. Do not take Fields. Ohio State has never produced a good QB. And I can't argue with that, but you have to break the mold eventually, and I think Justin Fields has the talent to be a good quarterback in the NFL. So,
and I do have a theory here.
Says the Atlanta pick is in.
Yeah, that signifies there was no trade made. The next likely candidate for trade is Miami. We know that's not going to New England. Denver may be sitting pretty now with Mac Jones on the board. If Denver was interested in a quarterback and this Aaron Rodgers thing, it falls through, that would be a pick to watch. But with Lance going at 3, there's a chance the quarterback they like could just fall to them at 9.
Yeah, and it is possible. And I don't know if that's Mac Jones. I don't know if it's Justin Fields.
Real quick, after the pick, Nigel had a comment about J.C. Horn. He wants J.C. Horn, and I like J.C. Horn as well. I think he and Surtain are the guys. The problem is you take J.C. Horn, then who's your middle linebacker?
Right. And the pick is Kyle Pitts, which I think we said. I think that if Trey Lance was slid to 4, Atlanta may have taken him, because he makes the most sense there for Atlanta. Atlanta's not going to pick like a Fields who could come in and demand to start day one. Lance would be a project. So
I do have some breaking news for Aaron Rodgers stuff. Two tweets that just come out recently. Nikki Jahavla, she used to be here in Denver. She's out in Washington for the football team now. Per source, Broncos have not had a back and forth with Packers about trading for Rodgers. Maybe something could come together in the future, but as of now, no. Followed that, Ian Rappaport, an update on Packers. There's not really an update. Green Bay has not engaged at all, despite a few teams calling about trading for Aaron Rodgers. The Packers have no plans to trade him, so nothing has changed.
Wow.
So Denver cannot sit here on their hands. If a quarterback is on their radar, they cannot sit here and play what if. It's not that type of game.
Right, and we talked about that in the pre-show. They cannot sit here and say, well, we're getting Aaron Rodgers, so tomorrow. We can't. So
Okay, so if Mac Jones is on there at 9, do you take him or do you still trade back? Where are you guys at?
You
If
know,
it's Mac Jones, no, go ahead, Dave. I'll let you go first.
I don't like the Mac Jones pick. I think Mac Jones fits Pat Shermer's offense. I don't know how long Pat Shermer's here. You know, if the Broncos struggle and Fangio and Shermer's gone, now you bring in a new person. Are you stuck running a Shermer style offense? You know, because so and
Yeah.
Adam Johnson is still reporting this. You know, and
Yeah.
see, this is crazy. So.
It's exciting.
And
So,
I agree with Nigel here, but go ahead, Matt. I say
yeah.
trade back and do not take Mac Jones.
The reason why I'm against taking Mac Jones personally, I would trade back as well. The benefit that you do have with Mac Jones, though, I would consider him the safest quarterback pick outside of Trevor Lawrence because the gap between his ceiling and of what he could be and the floor of what he may end up being is very small. He's going to be your dink and dunk. He's unathletic, but this is where the problem is. He is a system quarterback. He cannot
Right.
play in multiple systems. You will be strapped to this old-fashioned offense. Could he provide a little bit more flexibility, and maybe doing like a more of an up-tempo type thing? Yes, but you're not going to be kind of transitioning to what the NFL, is running.
I just
You're
don't
limited.
know. I don't know if Mac Jones is a significant improvement over Drew Lock to take him at number 9.
I think he is a better player. I think if you look at the trajectory because of what's happened with Drew, I do think over time, if you look at a career span, I do think Mac will have a more successful career based on longevity because, unfortunately, we don't really know what's going to happen to Drew if Denver invests in a quarterback, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or if it's, one of these other guys that we've been mentioning. Yeah. We don't really know what the next step is.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
And
So
let's jump on this pick for a minute.
Bengals.
I mean, let's talk about Fields. So about Pitts. What do you think, Jerry? Good fit for Atlanta?
Absolutely. He'll be a good fit wherever he goes. It's just he's uncoverable. They showed some highlights against J.C. Horn just a few minutes ago, and he's a great blocking tight end. I shouldn't say great blocking tight end, but he's willing to block, and he's just a beast when he's out in
Right,
running back.
and I agree. LSU got lucky when they played him, and Kyle Pitts was out. So, and that's the game that LSU won at the end because the guy decided to throw the other guy's shoe down the field 15 yards, and kept a drive alive for LSU so they could kick a field goal in the fog to win it. So, Matt, do you like the pick?
So unfortunately, I cut out for a minute, so I didn't see who you guys were talking about.
Kyle Pitts. I mean, do you
for
like
Kyle Pitts. For Atlanta, yes, you got to take Kyle Pitts. He provides you the best opportunity. His versatility is great. He can play in the outside. He can play in the inside. He's not a horrible blocker. The one thing, I mean, there's rumors that Julio may have to be on the out because of contract stuff. So, I mean, it makes sense to get a guy as versatile as him. Transitioning over here to Cincinnati, as we get under the 3-minute mark, it does got me a little nervous. Either they're debating between Jamar Chase and Penei Sewell, or there could be a trade happening. Or it could be a trade.
New England trade all the way up
close. Here. If I'm Cincinnati, I don't take that trade.
Or do you think Denver trades up here?
So it just started over. There's been there's a pick in. Okay.
Pick is in.
Okay.
I don't think there's going to trade up.
Denver does. It all depends. If that pick took so long because New England's making phone calls, their next target's going to be Detroit. This is where George Payton either has to put up or shut up. Miami's going to have to be the trade if they're going for a quarterback.
And Adam Johnson just posted, thank God we don't need a linebacker to cover Pitts too.
Yeah, and I like that. So glad he is not in our division. So let somebody else worry about him. So we got enough tight ends in this division to worry about. So
and now we have Jared Cook back too.
Yep. So what are you thinking here? Are you thinking are they going to go the safe route? Are they going to get somebody to protect Joe Burrow? He suffered that horrible that horrible knee injury, because they have just a horrible offensive line. or do you get them more weapons? I think they have some receivers in place. I mean, what's the smart pick here, Jerry?
I don't particularly like their targets. I think Jamar Chase is a super simple pick, but the offensive line is so bad you can't fault them to take Sewell either. So
Right.
Sewell or Chase, it's easy.
Yeah, and I agree that is the two choices here, Sewell or Chase. I mean,
If Burrow's not standing on the podium beating his fist on the
and
podium for
if you want an offensive tackle, and that's what you want to do, I would trade out of here.
yeah,
You can get Darashaw or you can get Slater later. Heck, if you trade back to 9 with Denver, I bet you Sewell may still be there. The only one you'd have to worry about is Carolina grabbing him. But
well,
even
yeah.
if Carolina grabs him, you still got the other tackles that may be just
Rashawn
as good.
Rashawn Slater might be a better pick because he can play anywhere.
Right, right. And everyone needs to remember Sewell didn't play 2020 either. He's
Right.
another one of these guys that opted out. And I don't know who Joe Burrow's pounding. Does he want his old teammate,
Well,
Jamar
exactly,
Chase,
exactly.
or
He,
does he want somebody to watch his blind side for him? And I
right.
think they could. I think if they really want to tackle, they should trade back and get some extra draft capital because you can pick up
They
receiver.
could sure use it.
Receiver's probably the deepest position in this draft. Yeah, Jamar Chase, I think he's a one of a kind in this draft. But there's also another guy from LSU that I really like is Terrace
Yeah.
Marshall Jr. that you can pick up at the beginning of the second round. I think
Right.
if you're
Right.
looking at that, and I mean, I think that he may be the Justin Jefferson of this draft, Marshall.
Marshall.
Yeah, he's another great route runner, just like Justin Jefferson was. So he may be a guy that just burst onto the scene like Justin Jefferson did last year. And I even said it before the draft last year. I would have rather Denver pick Justin Jefferson over Jerry Jeudy. I mean, that's who I wanted, but Bingo's selection is in.
All right. I'm behind, so
Jamar Chase.
yeah. All right.
So
That stands to reason to me. I mean, if the teammates had a good chemistry, he's going to be pounding the table. There are other linemen out there.
yeah. So I'm happy because that's a LSU player off the board before an Alabama player. So anytime
There
that
you go.
happens, we're happy. So, so I like Jamar Chase. I think they do have some receivers, but he's a difference maker. Jamar Chase he's going to be your deep threat, and I think
Yeah.
he's just going to elevate that passing game in Cincinnati. And like we said, you can get another tackle later in the draft.
Right.
Even if
Right.
Cincinnati needs to trade back into the first round if they want to grab a tackle, but so I think that a lot of people were thinking that they were definitely going to go Sewell. So
David, so far this draft is just kind of as predicted. There's no big historical moments at all.
no, and the way
Bit of a
everything
letdown.
the way everything was working out, it was yeah, there's going to be, some fireworks and everything. Aaron Rodgers wants out. Who's going to trade for him? All those things. Yeah, I think everything is working out the way everybody or the majority of the people predicted it will. And then Miami is now on the clock. Miami definitely, I don't think, is trading out of here to New England. They're not going to do it to New England, but maybe if Denver wanted to jump up to 6 and grab Justin Fields, because I think maybe that New England may be targeting him and trying to work with Detroit to get to number 7. So
Do you think this is as simple as a waddle to Miami to reunite Tua?
I think it may be either Waddle or Devontae Smith. I personally myself I like Waddle better. I think Waddle's a little more physical. I think he's going to stand up to the punishment of the NFL. Nigel has a comment here that offense is going to be explosive, and it is. I mean, uh, I, I think it's going to be great. And here comes Matt back. All
Well,
right,
we'll
Matt.
see. Well, hopefully, we're
All
fingers
right.
crossed.
So we'll catch you up. I don't know if you saw it, but Jamar Chase went
Jamar
to
Chase.
the Bengals. Miami's on the clock. Their pick is in, so no trade there as well. So I was telling Jerry that maybe Denver trades up and tries to get, ahead of 7, where New England's rumored to be trying to trade up to,
If this pick is Jalen Waddle, there's no trade happening.
or Devontae Smith. Who knows? They may go Sewell.
If it's a receiver, I don't think there's a trade next trade. I mean next pick.
Oh,
I don't think
right.
if you're Detroit, you cannot pass on Sewell.
Yeah, I agree. Detroit, would have to grab Sewell if he's there. Um, but the thing is, I mean, Jerry and I said Darashaw and Slater, I think, are just as good. And remember, Sewell didn't play in 2020, so what's he going to be like? Um, we'll see. I mean, the guy's a freak. The guy's an absolute beast. So at left tackle. So I was surprised that Cincinnati didn't take him, but I understand this pick too. And I know you and I have talked, Matt, that they have receivers, but they don't have a receiver like Jamar Chase at Cincinnati. So I think
Nobody
this.
does.
I
Well, that's
think
not true.
I think this pick fits them well. So. So do you think, Matt, do you think that if Miami's pick is in, do you think if Miami takes Sewell here that Detroit might be trading out then?
I do. If they do,
Or can they use receivers as well?
it gets sticky there. They do need receivers, but this is a receiver heavy draft. That's what makes me feel like if this is Sewell here, that means they feel confident enough that they're going to be able to get another good receiver at 18.
Right.
Yeah. And unfortunately, with no internet connection, that means there's antsy children. So you may hear one in the background.
Oh, okay. What are you, hot spotting it right now?
Yeah, right now I
Oh,
am.
okay. Okay. So everyone, Matt may fade in and out every now and then. So we'll have to see how things go. Matt, I think, is still scouring Twitter and everything else to see if there's any Aaron Rodgers news. So just break in whenever you find something, Matt. What do you think happens here, Jerry? Do they go receiver? Do they go tackle?
I think Miami's probably got to go tackle.
You know what
But I
I'm thinking?
won't be surprised if they take Waddle.
It's
wouldn't
got to
either.
be. I got a gut feeling it's Waddle. It's hitting me. I think it's Waddle.
And if they're going to go tackle, are they going to go left tackle or are you going to go right tackle? Because that is Tua's blind side.
Yeah, technically right tackle. I mean, Slater makes more sense. Darashaw would make more sense. You're
Right.
not getting. I mean, there's more versatility there. Speaking of tackles, I heard you guys mention Slater. I'm not as high as on Slater. He's got really short arms. I think he transitions to being more of a guard than a tackle, and that's not really a point of weakness for Denver. If that's what we were considering there at 9. But if this is a receiver, things just got interesting because you could see a team try to move up with Detroit, and it may be for Penei Sewell. It may not be for a quarterback. Philadelphia offensive line is trash.
Jalen Waddle.
I felt it.
Yeah.
All right. So this draft is, and Jerry and I were talking about this when you popped off, Matt, for everything that was happening pre-draft. Aaron Rodgers, everything else that was going on. It's been very uneventful,
Yeah, I mean, the surprise pick so far has been Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell, and now Jalen Waddle over.
And
Penei
I don't
Sewell.
even think that's really a surprise because a lot of people said that Jamar Chase is going to Cincinnati.
These next 2 picks are going to be interesting.
On the ticker tape here, they just said Aaron Rodgers won't be traded, but for whatever that's worth.
Who said that? What channel?
On the NFL Network.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's who reported. One of the things was Rap Sheet, so they're going to be blaring his stuff. That will not come across on an ESPN or ABC field line just because of.
So unless New England trades up here, you're going to have a quarterback sitting at 9.
I have two.
Right. Well, Carolina may take one. I've heard rumors that Carolina, if it's Justin Fields, may take Justin Fields at 8, even though they have Sam Darnold.
Do that. They,
Why
they
can't
can't
they?
pay. They can't pay $7 million for Bridgewater to leave and Sam Darnold with what they gave up to get Sam Darnold. I just don't see how they can do that. That just
Yeah,
is
it
one
would be a
mistake after
mistake.
another.
Yeah,
And
and
you
it
know,
could be because it could possibly be, but I've just heard rumors that if Justin Fields is sitting there, that don't be surprised if Carolina takes him.
no trade has happened. Pick is in.
All right.
Detroit's pick is in.
Pick is in.
Yes.
So now Denver's going to have a choice uh, of Mac
This
Jones.
is where it gets interesting, though, because Carolina had been rumored to want to trade back as well. So we have to keep an eye on that.
That's
Is
right.
it
New
New
England
England?
could trade right up to number 8 and take.
Yeah,
I honestly think that New England would take Mac Jones.
yeah. I
I
think it all
think he's
depends
more
on.
of a Josh McDaniels guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's a better fit, but I mean the upside in Fields is undeniable, and that's kind of where it gets difficult. The interesting thing here, though, is if Detroit, let's say they go with Devonta Smith, let's say they did not go on Sewell. If you're Carolina, I don't know how in your right mind you would trade and not take Penei Sewell, unless there's something on Sewell that we're not sure of, and that's why he's falling. If he were to fall to 9 to Denver, I would say do not take him. I mean, he's a great player, but you already got a left tackle, and it's hard to ask a guy to switch what he's been playing his whole life to go to the right side. It could be too risky for my blood.
Here's something for you guys to think about. Maybe we're seeing a trend of what happens to players that opt out. I mean, Trey Lance got picked up, but players that opted out are liable to lose a little bit of their.
Well, Jamar Chase opted out too.
Yeah, so there was a little bit of there was a legitimate conversation that we've heard here locally. George Payton's press conference, actually, he said that there is a big factor in the guys who are opting out, and the part that has a lot of them concerned is how do they look right now? Because that year out, are they still in football shape? And if these guys aren't showing they're in football shape, maybe that's why they could slide. Is that why Sewell is sliding? Who knows?
Right.
That's another big reason why people think Parsons can slide, because he opted out as well. But there was also conversations that he opted out to avoid potential discipline. So not only coach because of all the hazing stuff, and he was still technically enrolled at Penn State.
Right.
So there's multiple factors on that. This is going to be interesting, though. If it is not Sewell, you can't trade if you're Carolina. You're a fool if you trade. Fire Matt Rule right now if you trade if you're Carolina. I mean, who would have thought, though, potentially you have Justin Fields and Mac Jones on the board for Denver?
I didn't think it would potentially come down to that. And I think Mac Jones is sliding down the board because I think people do not like his lack of athleticism. And he's pretty much a one-system quarterback, and he needs to stand in the pocket, There he is. So Mac Jones, they're showing Mac Jones now. He's not on a phone, though, so – and he's not going to get picked by Detroit anyway, I wouldn't think. So
I mean, Jared Goff is not necessarily. If Justin Fields on the board, I don't think there's any way they would not take him. You can't go on the what if. You just can't. They said they would take a quarterback if a quarterback fell to them. That's been the narrative all along. If the quarterback they like is there at 9, unless Trey Lance was their quarterback, I don't see how you do not take one. And at that point, Chicago would be the only realistic team to really want to trade up. I think New England would be comfortable sitting there at 15, taking which one falls to them.
Sorry, guys. I just saw this.
Yeah. And our boy Kurt Valenti will be joining us shortly over from the K&K Sports Show. Jerry was over there yesterday. He's trying to decipher. He's going through Twitter. There's so much stuff going on. So he's kind of also been kind of a source I'm leaning into. He's decided to come on after the Denver pick.
Detroit's pick is in, and they're in their war room jumping up and down like
It's got to be Penei Sewell. It's got to be. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they like Slater more. I don't know. There was a conversation. Some people really like Slater. If
Slater has more
jump around like that
versatility.
for an offensive lineman, can they?
Right.
Well, this is the thing about it. This is, when you're in the top 10, you invest in core positions: tackle, corner, quarterback, and edge rusher. There's no top edge rusher. The cornerback, the value's not there inside the top 10.
Wide receiver.
Multiple sources.
But
that's not
wide receiver.
They could. Tackle is a cornerstone position. It's got to be Penei Sewell, right?
It is Penei Sewell.
It had to be.
Wow.
It would be foolish for them to pass.
All right.
That makes this position much more interesting.
Now,
It looks like we may have lost Jerry for a minute.
Yeah, Jerry may have stepped away for a minute.
He's heading to Detroit. I would not be excited if I'm Penei Sewell. You are going to a project team, my friend.
Oh, yes.
That team has no wide receivers. You're going to be protecting your boy Jared Goff, but that poor man has nothing to throw to.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, watching. They got the super fans up on the
keep an
the
eye out
stage.
for our boy.
So yeah, we'll watch out for Poncho Man. Panthers are up next. So do the
Carolina
Panthers
is dwindling down? It's only 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. This could be a trade. And if it is a trade, is it Chicago, Denver, or New England? If it's New England, I will be sad because that likely means Fields is gone. But if you're Denver, is Mac Jones your guy all along? Who knows?
I just don't. I don't like him being a one system guy.
I don't either.
You're pretty much married to a system if you take him.
Yeah,
So,
I think if this is a trade, then you have to.
if this is a trade, then I think Denver needs to start, especially if it's to New England, and New England jumps up here and takes Justin Fields, and Denver needs to start trading out. Do not pick Mac Jones at 9. I really think that Mac Jones has the highest bust potential in this draft. Him and Zach Wilson, as I said earlier in the show, I think that Mac Jones and Zach Wilson have the highest bust potential. So, but Carolina could really, be in there talking about what do we want to do,
I mean, an interesting fact here. Let's say Carolina does not trade back; they take their player here. It could be a Rashawn Slater, it could be a Micah Parsons. And if New England's content on waiting it out the quarterback market, because maybe they're interested in Aaron Rodgers, they got a little bit more time. Denver could very well trade back to like 12 with Philadelphia and still have a chance at the quarterback. Philadelphia wants to jump
Minnesota.
Philadelphia wants to jump Dallas for a cornerback. They need one.
That is true, and that would be a good deal because you got you have Dallas at 10, you have Giants at 11, and Eagles at 12. So none of those teams are going to take a quarterback, like you said, Matt. Philadelphia wants a cornerback. They need a cornerback desperately. So, yeah, trade back with them. If Justin Fields and Mac Jones are still both on the board, then, yeah, I would definitely orchestrate a trade back, pick up some more draft capital, and then you can get Justin Fields at 10. I think it saves you a little bit of money, too, if he's picked outside of the top 10.
Yeah. Yeah, with this being under, the minute mark now,
I think there is a trade.
It has to be a trade. They're working out the trade. They're working as viciously as they can. I don't know who it is. I mean, it doesn't have to be for a quarterback. Let's remember that. It does not have to be for a quarterback. Micah Parsons has been rumored to jump up, slide down. It could be for a Parsons. It could be a Forrest Slater.
It's got to be.
The pick is in. There is no trade. No trade happened. No trade.
Well,
Let me ask you, Matt, because you and I've gone round and round and round. Let's say the Broncos were to land Fields at 9. What are they going to do with Drew Lock?
I think he's traded by the end of the weekend.
What are they going to get for him?
Probably at
Shannon
max.
is-
At max would be probably I think ceiling is 4th, floor is 6th.
Next year?
It could be this year. Chicago is an interesting team to watch. This is another interesting perspective. Chicago is in that quarterback market. If they take Fields here, could we see pick 40 and Drew Lock kind of be positioned or packaged?
Drew Lock is no good. So what?
But there's a chance he could be good.
Let me step in. Ian Rappaport is saying that it's probably going to be Fields for Carolina.
If it is, that's insanity.
Agreed.
That would be devastating.
Then that means that Sam Darnold may be on the trading block.
That would be ridiculous.
Before they have to exercise his 5th-year option. Yeah, everybody's talking like this is going to be Justin Fields.
Well, maybe
I don't think Carolina.
I know who it is before they announced it. Twitter broke it for me. You're going to be completely shocked. You are going to be mind blown on who this is.
It's Parsons.
Mind blown. Mind blown. You will be completely shocked. If what I just saw on Twitter is correct, you will be.
Well, how are they doing that? How do they know when it hasn't even been
Insiders?
Released?
Insiders.
Well, that's true.
If I call it, I don't want to tell you. I don't want to ruin the surprise.
Yeah, you haven't
I don't want to ruin the
anything.
surprise. Do you want me to run the surprise?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn is the pick.
Wow. I told you I like J.C. Horn.
Hold on, guys. I'll be.
Me and Nigel.
That's a
big move.
Oh!
I told you you were going to be. You were going to be.
Your sources were good. My brother. Sean was calling for a trade, and he was saying New England was going to trade Cam Newton to Carolina.
If this is indeed the pick that the Broncos may have inside information that they could trade back and still get the quarterback of their choosing.
That is true.
They're under 7 minutes now, so unless that's his pick here in the next few minutes, especially with J.C. Horn coming off the board, Philadelphia is a team to watch as a trade because they need a corner. Dallas would not be interested in trading back. They would still probably be investing in a defensive player there.
Yeah.
New York is not going to take a quarterback. Denver could potentially safely get to 12 or go to 12 and then move back up if they need to for the quarterback.
Right, because you got to watch. You have to watch New England. You have to watch New England.
Michael Parsons could be the pick here, though. I'm not ruling it. It could be. Maybe you guys are right on the Drew.
We lost Matt and his wisdom right there. And he was getting ready to say something nice about Drew. So
for those that don't know, I'm a huge Drew Lock proponent. And I have beat the drum hard to keep Drew and give him some more time. And David has too. And Matt and I have gone round and round and round. And as you just saw, Matt has great insight and contacts. And he felt in his bones that Justin Fields is the pick for the Broncos. So
hold on, Jerry.
J.C. Horn was my pick of the corners. So
Jerry, I got to jump out for 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll try and keep this ball rolling.
All right,
I can see the followers' comments, so keep the comments coming, and I'll chat with you guys.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. So a big deal there, Nigel. I know you are a J.C. Horn guy. That is a surprise to see Carolina take him there and not trade back, but as we all have seen, trading back can sometimes lose your guy for you if you don't have the right information. So I think that's probably the biggest surprise of the draft so far. What do you think? Looking forward, who's the next corner to go? Is it Surtain? Is it Stokes out of Georgia? Caleb Farley? What do you think? Man, I thought we'd see more surprises so far than J.C. Horn at pick number 8. Man, I can't believe Justin Fields, Mac Jones are still available. In my podcast, I said I'd take Mac Jones right here. I know I'm in the minority with David and Matt. Mac Jones fits Shermer's offense. If they are done with Drew Lock, then Mac Jones is the pick here. Yeah, Adam Johnson, you're surprised about Horn getting picked up here as well. Darnold has taken a beating, and you'd think that Carolina would want to give him a bodyguard. Does anybody have an idea when Carolina picks next? I don't really have access here in front of me. Could Carolina get a Tevin Jenkins or a Little out of Stanford still in the second round?
All right. Sorry about that. Sorry,
Cool.
Matt, if you had to wait so long.
You're good. We'll see what happens. It's only been a few seconds. I'm trying to do the Twitter source. Unfortunately, my stream is down. It looks like we're about 2.5 minutes in. And
Yeah, we are.
we
got 2:25 left.
It could be a trade as possible.
George Payton has said he wants more darts. So is a trade back the best scenario here? Or
I don't know. I think if you and I'm going to say, like Matt said, you cannot pretend like Aaron Rodgers is your answer because you don't know if that's going to happen. You cannot pass, and I don't think you can take the risk on moving back because then you run the risk of New England jumping you.
Absolutely.
So if I'm George Payton right here, I stick to my guns and I take the guy I want. If
inside linebacker's their guy, I think they trade back. But if quarterback's their guy, they got to pull the trigger here.
I agree. If that is what they're going to do, then yeah, they need to pull the trigger now. And this is going down, so I'm wondering if this is a trade.
We are finally about to find out what George Payton really thinks about Drew Lock.
Yeah, and Green Bay says, yeah, there is zero chance of trading Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
So.
Oh, man.
And Denver's on the phone. I see George Payton on the phone with somebody.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
No, absolutely not. The guy's not even a linebacker. So
I know, but he's a great ball player. I really like him.
And I'm with my wife here. I want this pick to be Justin Fields.
If the Broncos want to
compete
this year, it's
so there's no trade. Here we go, everybody. Hopefully, you want Mac Jones, Jerry? Is that who you prefer out of the two?
No, I still want to keep Drew Lock, but if they're going to pick here, I think it's Justin Fields.
I do too. If they're going to go quarterback,
Mac Jones.
I agree. If it's quarterback, they have to go with Justin Fields long term.
My video shows both quarterbacks, and neither one of them's on the phone, so I don't know what that means.
What's that?
Neither quarterback is on the phone, so I don't know if that means that They're not
Yeah,
talking to George Payton or what?
yeah. I don't know what that means either because they did show George Payton on the phone, um, and who knows who he was talking to. But that could have been a recorded thing. Didn't mean it had to have been live, you know.
Oh yeah,
Um,
of course.
so, but yeah, they did not show either quarterback on the phone.
So I still like Drew Lock, and if I'm off of Drew Lock, I'd select Mac Jones to give me the best chance to win this year. Um,
For long
if,
term, though, I think I picked Justin Fields.
if George Payton is thinking long term, it's Justin Fields.
Here he is walking up to the podium.
Let's hope I can
There's our
stay
man,
on for this.
Poncho Man. They just showed him. Here we go.
It's got to be Justin Fields, right?
Oh man, this is crazy. It has to be one or the other.
Oh my
We were just
goodness!
saying, if George Payton
They
is taking
passed.
care of himself, it's Fields.
It's
No,
Mac Jones.
nope. It's Patrick Surtain.
What?
Oh my goodness! What the
Wow.
heck? What the hell just happened here?
I'm telling you what just happened here. I think this is a pick for Green Bay.
Now,
It has to be.
Matt, I think you're right. I
It's got to be the pick for Green Bay.
I don't like saying it has to be, but I do agree with you. This is very possibly trade bait.
yeah, and my wife says the same thing. Unless we were getting Aaron Rodgers, because she called it a bad word. The pick. I won't post it up there, but yeah, she says unless we're getting Rodgers, which and maybe Matt is right, and Matt froze again. Um, I mean, I like Surtain, but I just don't think he's a guy you pick at 9.
Agreed.
So there, Diana toned it down a little bit and put bull manure. So um, Nigel says, "Let's go." I mean, we'll see what happens. I just don't. Why would you have to make that pick for Alabama or for Green Bay?
I don't know.
You could
Don't
trade
understand.
and Green Bay can make the pick.
Hey,
So
David, let's
I don't
remember.
buy that it's a
Let's
pick for
remember.
Green Bay.
Stink said that Aaron Rodgers was a done deal.
Well, I just don't understand why it wasn't announced.
Because it would screw up the flow of the draft too much.
Is that what George Payton's worried about? Screwing up the
Well, no,
flow of
no,
the
no. I don't
draft?
mean not just George Payton, but what other teams do. It could affect what other teams do.
And maybe Sean's right here. Maybe the Broncos really are all in on Locke.
Why wouldn't you be?
Maybe he really has shown over the offseason that he can be the guy. I liked him at the end of the year. I think he showed promise. Yeah, he still has some turnovers, some things to clean up. But I think with the full off season, of of
David, I've
learning the
said it.
system more, studying film. So I just and here's from Matt. Matt's been kicked, so he says this is a terrible pick if they keep him. I agree. It's not a pick that we need. And then my wife comes in and says Locke is a bum. So me and her disagree on this Locke thing. She thinks Locke's a bum.
I have not been on
I,
board for
I'm
taking
baffled about this whole thing. I'm
I
baffled.
I haven't been on board for taking Surtain here. I don't hate the pick. I like Surtain. I like him a lot.
I do too. I don't like it at sitting right here. If
I've said it.
quarterback is your pressing need, then why did you just pass? The only thing I can say is the one guy that they were in love with was Trey Lance.
I just don't think quarterback is that pressing of a need, and I think
And maybe it's not.
unless
Maybe
of
it's
course you're getting Aaron Rodgers.
right. And
But
who knows? And hopefully Matt is out scouring Twitter and everything. I just don't think it makes any sense whatsoever why we would make this pick and trade him to to Green Bay, when we could have just traded, solidified the trade, and what you call and let Green Bay make the pick right here. Why do we need to make it for him? That makes absolutely zero sense.
And I've said it a number of times. I've done a number of mock drafts, and every time I picked at 9, later in the draft, I missed out on players I wanted or needed because of what I did early. So you have to trade back to get that depth that you're looking for in the second and third. So this does not make sense unless there is something else going on.
The the only reason I would say that, yeah, we did it for Green Bay, because Green Bay wanted to keep their. Oh my goodness, there's a trade right here.
Yeah, Philadelphia traded with Dallas.
What?
Yeah,
They moved
weird
up
trade.
one.
They're probably jumping. They want Devonta Smith, so they're jumping New York. That's got to be it. I don't know if the internet's going to be stable enough, but I just want to give a breakdown of the Peyton pick if I can. Worst mistake you could have made. You don't invest in depth inside the top 10, even if you feel there's been issues with Surtain. Speed, you got you're riddled with speed. You got Keenan Allen, you got Henry Ruggs.
And we lost Matt again. And
two or
I'm
3
not.
months ago, you guys were all over Surtain.
Well, I'm not too bad about Surtain. I just don't like the pick here. I think Surtain. And Adam brings up a good point here too.
Right.
We got 2 cornerbacks on 1-year deal.
Right.
I think that Surtain can
Darby?
fit the system. Yeah, we got Darby. I think Darby's on a longer term contract though.
But he has injury concerns.
Right. So
never played a full season, has he, or one?
A trade like this makes sense, I guess. And I don't know if they got nervous when Carolina grabbed J.C. Horn, and they said, "Well, we better get a cornerback now," or if Surtain was their guy all along. And Matt said he's going to go ahead and wait for it to stable out a little bit. So we'll talk to Matt here in a little bit. Matt can communicate through chat and stuff, but I'm not sure. Boy, now you got quarterbacks sliding right down to New England now.
Well, David, I've said it for the last 2 months that I think this quarterback class is overrated, and I think we're starting to see that. These guys will get picked up in the first round, but the Broncos, even with Fuller and Callahan, they had to draft corners. They still might draft another one.
Matt says maybe trade back up, but you're going to have to give a lot to trade back up to get Justin Fields. I think. I think if you would have to trade ahead of New England, in my opinion, to get either Mac Jones or Justin Fields.
Drew Lock's the guy. It's
starting to look like that. And it's starting to look like that. Unless Aaron Rodgers is really almost a done deal, like Schlereth has reported and Dave Logan. Wow.
So we finally got a little bit of a surprise in J.C. Horn getting picked up, and then Patrick Surtain at 9.
Matt says Locke is not the guy, and of course Matt's going to say that, and Matt's going to pray that Locke is not the guy, because Matt has flogged Locke so long that he can't let Locke be the guy. So
yeah, and I understand where he's coming from. The only way Locke is not the guy now
is if Aaron Rodgers,
or like I said earlier, maybe it's Trask or Newman in the 3rd round, where the Broncos are just staying tight to what is logical.
But in my opinion, those guys are competition guys. So why would you go out and get Bridgewater?
Because that offense, David, needs to have veterans. They don't have any veterans. You can't call Cortland Sutton a veteran. You know what I mean?
So my brother Sean is saying that Twitter's still saying Rodgers to Denver and Surtain is part of it. So,
And Diana is saying that Locke is not consistent.
well,
Diana, he's only played 18 games.
right, he can get consistent,
The
and
sample size is so small when you factor in all the the COVID stuff. And I know I'm making excuses, and everybody is tired of the excuses, but the facts are those are the excuses. It's been a miserable time for a quarterback like Drew Lock, who was a developmental kid when he was drafted, to get to where he needs to be a starter. He shouldn't even be the starter yet. Flacco was supposed to be the answer until he's ready. Unfortunately, he got thrown to the wolves way too early, as Matt has documented a number of times, and maybe it has stunted his growth. I've liked what I've seen, and I see positive things from Drew Lock. He's shown the
and
ability.
I have too. I have seen positive things from Drew Lock. I think there's people that wear these glasses that do not want to see anything positive in Drew Lock, so they overlook it, and they're the ones who find excuses. And they say, oh, well, they just dummied down the playbook for him and things like that. But if it was someone else, they would have said, well, no, they're just molding the playbook to fit the quarterback that they have. But in this case, it's like, oh, no, Locke's too dumb. He can't figure it out. And so they had to make the playbook simpler. I don't agree with that. And Denver has denied that. They have said we did not do that. That whole thing at the Senior Bowl was, don't know where it originated from, but it was Denver refuted that and said that is not what happened. We did not dummy down the playbook for him. You got to understand, he's a young guy. Up to week 16, he had 12, or up to when we got into the final 6 weeks, he had 12 starts under his belt.
Right.
And maybe somebody finally went to Shermer and said, hey, let's work with his strengths right now. During the offseason, we can build this thing back up.
Right.
But let's see what he can do. And he improved the last 6 weeks. And Matt always says this, well, look what Buffalo did to him. He actually didn't have a horrible game against Buffalo. It was just a lot of short passes.
Well, that's a great defense, too.
It is. It's not like it was the number 32 defense in the league that did that to him. So I think, unless Aaron Rodgers is here, this is Drew Lock's team. And Teddy Bridgewater is here to push him, and provide some mentorship, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I'm a logical thinker, and what I thought of as far as the Broncos here, logically, they bring in Teddy Bridgewater. Well, maybe they are going to move on from Drew Lock, and they do take one of these guys.
But and maybe they do.
To me, you're just supporting Drew Lock with Teddy Bridgewater because you see something in Drew Lock. I see something in Drew Lock.
Right.
And I would say that the Bronco fans are 50-50.
Chicago just traded up. Chicago's up at 11 now. So Chicago has to be going quarterback here.
With the Giants?
Yeah, this is Justin Fields.
Yeah, it has to be.
I've been listening to you guys, and I still don't agree with the perception that Drew Lock is the face of the franchise. It's not because I'm hating against the kid. I just think that he's been knocked too far off the path.
No, I disagree.
I completely 100% agree. And then you factor in maturity, questions. It's hard to get
maturity.
These guys.
What maturity?
Well, there's tons of maturity questions about it.
Like what?
Give me one.
He's
that he celebrates
around.
On the field?
That's one of them. Yeah.
No, that is not a maturity issue.
But he's celebrating when you're. But he's celebrating when you're down 14 points.
It doesn't matter.
I get
you're
that.
Playing a game.
Yeah, but when you're down,
if you're going to call that a maturity issue, that's a reach.
It is a maturity issue when you're down by 20 points.
Well, wait.
No, that's been a team-wide issue.
Yeah,
that
when you're down by significant points, you need to be
they don't
on
look
the
at the
sideline
scoreboard.
celebrating.
So you're only going to call out
No.
Drew Lock and nobody else?
No, but if he is the guy, that's the face. That's where it starts.
It was happening before Drew Lock ever even became the Bronco.
Oh yeah, but now unfortunately you're the quarterback. That's what's going to fall on your shoulders.
I know, but we're seeing a change, and Fangio slowly but
Why
surely.
can't you just see if this guy has matured and grown up in the
I'm not
offseason?
saying he can't. I'm not saying he can't. But we talked about this. We have to have the realistic possibility. Where is the top? Where is the growth? Because this is typically like we've talked in these conversations. When you draft a quarterback in the first round, you have the opportunity to have the fifth year option. Therefore, you're comfortable enough to evaluate all of year three.
I disagree with that approach.
Drew Lock does not. But Drew Lock does not have the fifth year to kind of figure this out.
I know he does not.
You're going to have to make a justification on what happens in this 1 year. And let's say that he does ball out and looks great, or he looks improved. You're like, okay, well, we have to make a decision. You can't let him get to that fourth year and then be like, what are we going to do now? It's difficult because then you're looking at having to franchise him because you're giving the player all of the control at that point. That's why this becomes difficult.
So Chicago's pick is in. It's probably
got to be Justin Fields.
If it's not, then something just crazy is going on in the universe right now. But if Denver does not trade for Aaron Rodgers, then Teddy Bridgewater is not an improvement over Locke. So this is not Teddy Bridgewater's team.
No, if they do not get Aaron Rodgers, this is a competition. But unfortunately, this competition does favor Teddy Bridgewater, even though Drew Lock has been here. He has familiarity. He's got familiarity with the GM. He's got familiarity with the offensive coordinator.
With the GM.
Yeah.
I don't think Shermer was the OC when he was quarterback.
They have a connection. They do have a connection to Teddy's familiarity with this system. He's a better fit. He gets the upper hand because he's got more knowledge and understanding of the playbook. So he's a better fit for it. So he doesn't have the arm, and he's conservative. That's the difference.
So we'll accept a guy who was subpar last year.
And that's why I'm frustrated with this entire situation right now.
I would rather go with Drew Lock because I think he offers more upside over Teddy Bridgewater.
And if they both bottom out, they both bottom out, that's been my biggest fear. You got to look.
Then George Payton just made a huge mistake.
That's the problem. That's why I don't like it.
So
Aaron Rodgers has to be the prime. Aaron Rodgers I don't know if you see my thing. I feel like they made this trade on a what if deal. I think we just put the eggs in the basket like we did with Deshaun Watson.
But why, Matt? Why?
And it may come back to bite because I think George Payton.
Why would you make this trade for Green Bay? If you're going to trade, why do you not just trade and let Green Bay make their own pick? Makes absolutely zero sense.
I mean, because
I don't know where that philosophy comes from.
It could be they're working out the kinks of the deal. Maybe Denver is on the inside track. This conversation may be happening. What if Bryce Callahan, or even what if Kyle Fuller's part of the trade?
Do you have Chicago's pick?
It's got to be Justin Fields.
Here it is. Oh, no, they're still talking.
Yeah, I mean, if Chicago takes Justin Fields here, they just got the steal of the draft potentially. He doesn't even have to.
I think I'm sleeping on the couch.
Matt, you don't know that. You don't know what Justin Fields is going to be.
Depending what they
you just think he's going to be great.
He got all of the traits to be great.
Everybody said that about Ryan Leaf too.
Well, yeah, well, Ryan Leaf's pick 1. This is pick 12. The value is significantly different. Getting your franchise quarterback at 12 is almost Mahomes-esque. It's almost
here's the pick.
It's almost repeating.
Here's the pick. Justin Fields.
Ryan Pace just won the draft potentially, depending on what he gave up.
And he may have just bombed I mean, you don't know. Neither one of us.
They thought they won the draft when they traded up for Trubisky.
Yeah, but this trade probably doesn't look as much like that.
But if you got a coach like Nagy who's going to destroy this guy,
Nagy's not a bad coach. I'm not
Sorry,
against Nagy.
sorry, we got Kurt joining in. Hey, Kurt, how you doing?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Are you as pissed off as we are right now?
No, no. I'm happy. I'm happy.
You're happy, huh?
I did not want a quarterback. Matt knows, and I'm hoping that Green Bay needs a corner. So could this be part of a package for Aaron Rodgers? Just saying. But,
Well, and that's what, and my brother's even saying that. He's saying he's seeing that he's seeing that on Twitter that Rodgers is going to Denver and Surtain's part of it. So, and Matt has said that too. I just don't understand unless they are just working out the logistics of it. Why you just wouldn't announce the trade and have Green Bay pick their own pick? Unless Green Bay wants to keep their own first round pick as well, and they just didn't want to swap picks with Denver. Is the only other reasoning I can see behind that.
Are you guys shocked with Justin Fields going to Chicago, trading up?
Still of the draft, possibly.
I'm shocked that he's still around at this pick.
Yeah, I
actually think he's going to be a good quarterback, but not with the conviction that you have.
So yeah, I knew somebody was going to trade up and grab him. I just didn't know Chicago was, because Chicago's been a dumpster fire for the last since Pace and Nagy have been there. So maybe they're going to turn it around there. I mean, I like the pick. I like Justin Fields as well. I was hoping when Denver was sitting there at 9 that they were going to grab him. If Aaron Rodgers is not part of Denver's plans, then I was hoping that Justin Fields was going to be. But it has to be that it is just Aaron Rodgers. I mean, what do you think, Kurt?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I know they were hurting for corners, but after getting Fuller and Darby, and how to get a fourth corner, I don't know. Something makes me think that it is part. I mean, I'm hopeful, so I would love Aaron Rodgers. It would just solve all our problems of trying to get a rookie, going to Teddy Bridgewater, going to Drew Lock. It would just be, we know what the position is. He would be a top 2 or 3 quarterback in the league next year, and I'm very hopeful. We haven't been this close since Peyton Manning. We've been trying draft picks with Lynch, trades and Simeon, and it's getting to where it's a point where it's like we can't get our quarterback. And if we're this close to, being in the conversation for one of the best ever, I just think whatever it takes. I guess my question to you guys is, what is too much for Aaron Rodgers?
Well, and we had that conversation earlier, and when I initially came out and this whole thing broke, I even went to Matt. I said, "It's 5 first-round draft picks too much?" And Matt said, "Well, that's a little steep." He said 3. I said, "You better be ready to throw in 4."
Right.
I mean, MVPs don't get traded. But I think we've all sort of settled on, and Matt and Jerry jump in if you want, but I think we figured it would have been this year's first, this year's second, next year's first, next year's second, and probably 2 starters to include Bradley Chubb and maybe Jones, Draymond Jones. I thought maybe Jerry Jeudy, but Matt and Jerry both brought up a good point. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to want the core of the team tore apart, But I countered that and said Green Bay isn't going to care what Aaron Rodgers wants when he's being traded to Denver and what Denver has for him left. So, because I had heard that, Jerry Jeudy may be part of a trade package as well. So, and hopefully they are working out the finals, but me and Jerry are both proponents to Drew Lock. I don't know where you stand with Drew Lock, Kurt.
He's a Drew Lock guy.
I'm a huge. I wish I can go upstairs and get my jersey, or if I didn't have my green screen up, you'd see my Drew Lock picture on my Bronco wall. But I'm a big Drew Lock guy. I've always been, and I don't know. Like, I just think, especially last year with Shermer, I'm not a fan of Shermer, to be honest with you. With Scangarella 2 years ago, he finished 4-1, and you saw the little, Shanahan offense with the zone and the nakeds and the bootlegs, and you saw what Drew Lock could do. And last year, he took a step back, but was that him, or was that Shurmur. You know, we talked about it last night, right? We were speaking where, you know, no screens, no easy throws to him or Judy and it's like he's still a young quarterback. You know, you have to give him those easy plays to get in rhythm. But when they go and say about the tools, the guy can make every throw on the field. You know, he can throw outside. You know, he's got that huge arm. You know, he's mobile, right? He is a mobile quarterback. I'm not going to say he's not slow. He's not Lamar Jackson, but hey, you can run a little zone read with him. So he has everything you want. And it's just, I just don't know if it's the coaching. I mean, but me personally, I would rather see Drew Lock one more year with a full off season with, you know, Sutton, Judy, Hamler, Fant, all healthy, than to go and say, here's Teddy Bridgewater. We know what Teddy Bridgewater is going to do. You know, I mean, we know what Teddy Bridgewater is. I'm a believer in Drew Lock. I don't know if you guys think I'm crazy, but I'm a huge believer in Drew Lock.
Hey, Kurt, you and I talked about it last night too. Shurmur didn't use Jerry Jeudy the way he could have either. Nope. He should have gotten him involved. When he started to stumble a little, he should have gotten him involved in the short game some.
Yeah.
No, and I agree. I'm on board with you, Kurt. I think a lot of the issues, and I see Matt shaking his head like crazy, I think a lot of the issues are Pat Shurmur, you know, and the coaching, the poor coaching. I think Pat Shurmur and Mike Shula have some blame in this. And Scangarella showed how to use Drew Lock at the end of the season. And why he was thrown out of here, I have no idea. You know, I think he was Vic Fangio's scapegoat.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that John Elway said, you know, something has to change. You know, and so John Elway told him maybe get rid of Scangarella or you go yourself, you know? Or so that's my conspiracy theory. I think, and I definitely welcome a competition between Drew Lock and Bridgewater. You know, I don't think Bridgewater walks in here and beats Drew Lock. You know, if Aaron Rodgers is not the answer, then give Drew Lock one more year.
Yeah,
Micah Parsons to the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh yeah, yep, Micah Parsons to the Cowboys. So,
hey Kurt, you were asking about the draft capital that it would take to get Aaron Rodgers, and my thought was kind of what David said: first and second this year, first and second next year, with a conditional on the second. You know, if the first round pick is outside the top 25, then you got to throw in a third as well, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I've been silent. I'm still trying to soak it in.
I'm sorry, Matt.
No, you're good. No, you're good. I'm in despair right now. The darkness
I know you are.
envisioning me. This has to be like a Moneyball type trade for Rodgers. Is it Surtain that's going? Is it Kyle Fuller? Do they want a veteran? It depends. What do they want?
I would think Fuller would make more sense.
That's what I would think.
He's on a 1-year deal, so keep the rookie.
Yeah, it's a risk though for Green Bay. I mean, there might have to be some kind of extension worked out if they feel Fuller still has enough left in the tank. All I know is that, you know, as much as we want to see it kind of work out this way, whatever, Drew versus Teddy, you know, you didn't really provide yourself any kind of backup, and that's where the issue is. We keep talking about longevity. You know, if Bridgewater beats out Lock, then what are we back into? The same mistakes we've been making with Elway. It is just a repeat. That is my fear.
I don't understand that, Matt. I don't understand why you say that.
He has the blinders on, Jerry.
No, because if Teddy wins this battle, and then even Teddy's subpar, Drew Lock gets in and it's still subpar, we're still back in square one. You always have to factor in a risk, and we don't do that. We just keep putting these veteran Band-Aids on the quarterback position and hoping it works out. I mean, even if you look at the Aaron Rodgers thing, we all look on paper as that should be great if we get him, and it should be. But essentially, you're doing the same thing over. You and I said it earlier. It's the same thing over. We refuse to address longevity at the position, and it's a concern. And that's Denver historically, though. When have they ever invested in a top-tier quarterback that's been in the top half of the draft? Never.
No, this is the only thing that I would say, and I agree with you. Like, they do eventually have to go and say, who's our long-term solution? But, you know, I just don't know. Like, if I'm not a believer of, okay, there's 5 guys. Like, I know Kyle Shanahan said it the other day. You know, any 5 of them would do. Like, I don't believe that. Like, if one
no,
of
I
those
don't either.
if Justin Fields was their guy and said, hey, he's number 2 on our board, then take him. But if it was like they had Lawrence, Wilson, and then, all right, there's a big drop off, then I'm not a believer in just take a quarterback because, there was a stat yesterday. I forgot exactly what it was. I know I said it last night, but it was something where out of the top 10 quarterbacks over the past, 10 years, it was like something like Trubisky had like the best record out of these top 10 quarterbacks. And he's like, there's only like one left on the team. So, I don't believe in just whatever quarterback's left. Take them. So that's the thing. If they love them, like if Fields was their number 2, hey, then I'm all for it and that's your guy. But if it's like, we really love Lawrence and Wilson, but, we can deal with Mac Jones. Like, I don't know. I don't think that risk, that's too
Yeah, I don't either.
to take a risk.
I don't like that either. Yeah, I don't either. I'm personally just higher on Fields than what I guess most people are. I do have a lot, I've invested a lot of time into kind of getting to know the guy. I was really down on him at first. So, I mean, it just made sense. The reason why I don't like the Surtain pick, I think Patrick Surtain's a great player. I have concerns about his hips and his speed. We're in a very fast division. If this is where he stays here, if this is what the pick is and Aaron Rodgers doesn't come, we invest in this quarterback battle, throw quarterback position out. Let's just look at what we did. We invested in a very deep position on our roster. We talked about inside linebacker being a problem. We talked about edge being a problem next season. I didn't like edge at this early, but at this point, if you were going to invest in depth, why not take Rashawn Slater?
Well, because you got 2 cornerbacks that are on 1-year deals right now.
I mean that's fair, but essentially, if they don't trade, Bryce Callahan's likely going to be a trade candidate or be released, and I think that's a mistake because Bryce Callahan, if healthy, he's one of the top corners in the league.
Right,
so he might be the best on our team.
And he's never stayed healthy. Has he made it through one season?
If this is not a part of an Aaron Rodgers deal, then this was a depth pick right now. And I agree with Matt. You said this before, Jerry. You said it. You do not draft depth in the top 10.
Just don't.
You could have got another corner. You could have got another corner later. Right. Well, you didn't want Micah Parsons.
I didn't want him personally.
So.
I wanted Micah Parsons.
But if you ask me who do I want, Patrick Surtain or Micah Parsons, I'm telling you I want Parsons 10 out of 10 times. I didn't even have Surtain in my board. I took him off my board completely. I did not like him. I don't think he has the speed to be successful in this division. Tyreek Hill, Henry Ruggs, Keenan Allen, Mecole Hardman. And he struggled against these fast receivers. He's too big to play inside. He's way too big. He's too tall, too lanky to be a nickel guy. He's going to be outside. You can't preach to me he's going to be able to go one-on-one with Tyreek on the straight.
Matt, I got a question for you, Matt. Worst case scenario, what's the worst case scenario in your opinion that just say they do Drew Lock one more time, right? Next year we can't get this Aaron Rodgers deal done, but he's obviously not going to sign with Green Bay. You're going to have Deshaun Watson at some point back in the league. I mean, hopefully, Russell Wilson, you never know. So just say we go one more year with Drew Lock. You're really going to see if this guy can do it or not. Because right now you really don't know. There's glimpses of him where you're like, wow, that kid could do everything. But then there's a lot of dumb plays that he makes. And like we're saying, is that coaching? You have to coach that up. So if we give him one more year and he totally bombs out, I would still rather throw my hat back in that ring for next year where you're going to have legit guys, Rodgers, Deshaun Watson, maybe Wilson, as opposed to just going and saying, draft the Mac Jones. And now if we drafted Mac Jones this year, we have to play him for the next 4 years. We have to. So
yeah, that's kind of what I was saying when we invest in a quarterback. That's why I like the longevity of going in the first round.
Well, right, but my only problem, and I agree with Kurt, if you go with Drew Lock one more year to see, and maybe they do see something. We're not down at Dove Valley. We don't see everything that's going on every day. We don't know the conversations. We're not privy to that kind of stuff. So maybe they see something in Drew and they said, let's give him one more chance. If not, you jump back into free agency, try to get someone via trade, or you're going to have guys, and I know you keep saying, Matt, the draft class is not strong, but guess what? You always have somebody that rises to the top. It happened with Joe Burrow. It happened with Zach Wilson. It happens every year. You have somebody who rises up to the top. So you can't sit there and bank your future on, well, there's no one going to be available next year.
And I don't think that's the case. But what I did say, when I do say it's a weaker class, I do think it's significantly weaker compared to this class as a whole.
Well, of course. But this is almost like a 1983 class.
Yeah,
potentially.
And we will see the risers, but this is where I'm confident enough in Drew Lock's ability or Teddy Bridgewater's ability to play mediocre football and get us right to where we. Oh, sorry, give me 1 sec, guys.
But hey, we need to go on here and talk a little bit about Micah Parsons. Kurt, I wanted to ask you last night. I knew you were on Parsons, and I've just the character concerns that came out about the hazing incident. What do you know there? You're on the East Coast. What do you know about that situation? Is that something we shouldn't have been worried about?
Yeah, there's I forgot who it was, but I was listening to somebody connected with Penn State. I want to say it was 2 days ago, and they were saying, like, no doubt about it, he has that on his record, and that's not going to go away. But they're saying if you just take that one incident, and it was somebody connected obviously to the school, and they were saying besides that, like, he was clean. And they're saying, like, it shouldn't be held against them. And that's, again, from on the East Coast side. I don't know. I like them. I like them a lot. It's what we're missing. Like, I know Matt wasn't on, but then Matt did say if he had to take Surtain or him, I would take that guy. And it's just, he does so much. He could rush. He could, potentially cover. I mean, I don't know. I just think that with and Fangio always needed that guy. Like Fangio needs that middle linebacker that could run sideline to sideline.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. I don't think it was, that quick. They're saying, the incident hurt him and that he sat out last year because they said right before they were showing him on the draft saying he would have easily been a top 5 or top 6 player this year in the draft.
And Chargers just selected, and they selected Rashawn Slater from Northwestern, offensive tackle. So I think he's going to be a good pickup there for them. And like we talked about, Jerry, he's versatile. He can move inside if need be. So we're sitting here, we're watching the AFC West start to get a little stronger. And
with the money problems that the Chargers have, I'm not too worried about them. They have a lot of problems on their plate.
Yeah.
I hope this Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I know I'm beating a dead horse. I just hope this Aaron Rodgers thing. It would just solve so many problems. Not even. It would be done. There's no competition. It's just he's the quarterback. It.
Right.
He's gonna make anybody. Like they were saying. What did Green Bay have? Like, okay, they have Devontae Adams, but all these other, he just makes so many other players plus what he is. I don't want to lose Jerry Judy. I love Jerry Judy. But if I had to do that, I would feel confident in Tim Patrick with him. I mean, that's Tim Patrick a lot better than what
Tyree Cleveland.
Adams. So.
Yeah. And you know what? There's some good wide receivers later in this draft. I really like Josh Palmer and Darby out of Arizona State. Those are two guys that could come in here and help out and be late round draft picks.
Yeah, and I think wide receiver is probably the deepest position in this draft. So I guess the thing is now. Do we see Denver maybe try to trade back up into the first round? Do you think, Kurt, to grab maybe
an inside
linebacker? Mac Jones is still on the board. You got Kyle Trask. Matt is very high on Davis Mills from Stanford, who's been climbing up the draft board. So, or are we just to the point where we're going to trust that George Payton knows what he's doing and hope that Aaron Rodgers is part of the solution, if Drew Lock isn't the future?
I mean, I hope that's what he's doing. Like I said, actually, I don't know. I listen, right now, honestly, I just feel like putting all our eggs in the basket with Aaron Rodgers. I know it might sound crazy, but I just, why are we going to play around and give up more draft capital later on to move up for Mac Jones?
Right.
Right.
I would just go and say, put your eggs in your basket. If not, hey, let Bridgewater compete with Drew Lock. Hopefully, Drew Lock wins it and give him one more year. That's what I would do.
David,
Yeah.
I'd like to jump in here.
Go ahead, Jerry.
The Surtain pick to me, or Surtain, this is not George Payton-esque. He has done nothing wrong up until that pick. So I still am skeptical that that pick is George Payton. That really feels like Matt said, this has got Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers all over it. I just don't understand why if this was George Payton, he would have traded back.
Now, did you guys see, and again, I don't know how that would impact tonight, but did you guys see it? They say it's an official trade, I believe, after June 1st for Green Bay. They would save something like $18 million on their cap.
And maybe that's what it is.
June 1st. I think they said you could still agree to the trade, but it can't be kind of like official until post June 1. I want to say it's something like if they trade him before June 1, Green Bay would have a $30 million cap hit. Plus, if they trade him, and if they don't, it's something like 12 or 14 million after June 1st.
And that may be it. And I can jump over onto Sport Track and check him out and see. But he made that.
Frankly, Kurt, this all came down kind of last minute on us, and we haven't had the time to do the research.
Yeah, I did see something like that tonight where I'll see if I can pull that up too. But I have a question for you guys. Do you, if you obviously we were talking last night, we were saying we think the Broncos are going to pick a running back. Who would you guys want as a running back in this draft?
Well, I think I brought it up last night on your show. I like Khalil Herbert out of Virginia Tech as a later round pick. I'm all over Najee Harris. I think that's a potentially a generational type of guy. I think he's going to be better than Derrick Henry because of his skill in the open field and outside passing game. But
doesn't he just feel like a Pittsburgh Steeler? Like he's just Pittsburgh.
And that's what I said earlier when we were talking about it. Because I made a prediction that no running backs would go in the first round, and I said one team that could really spoil that would be the Steelers with Najee Harris because they haven't re-signed James Conner yet, and they may, and you know how Pittsburgh is. Pittsburgh just tosses guys out, so they may say, well, we're going to take Najee. He's going to be a lot cheaper, and he's probably a more physical back for our system anyway. So I see Najee Harris as a Pittsburgh Steeler type running back. I do think Denver needs to address the running back position. I think it'll happen tomorrow in rounds 2 or 3. I wouldn't mind. I believe it's Williams out of North Carolina if he's still around. But I think I don't know if I want to go that high. I think Williams you're going to have to grab probably at the top of the second round, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think Denver needs to address their inside linebacker position first. And I'm a Jabril Cox guy there. That's who I want. I think he's the best.
I him too.
So I think he's the best cover linebacker in this draft. So I would love that pick, and maybe Denver can, in the third round pick up a running back. We're going to need somebody. I mean, we got Gordon, and who else do we have?
Freeman.
Yeah, Freeman, and that's really it. And Freeman has been sort of a disappointment at times. And I don't know if it's really Freeman or just the way he's been used. So, and you were going to say something, Jerry?
Yeah, I think Mike Boone can be somebody that might surprise us. Mike Boone being the guy they brought over from Minnesota. I know they say he's a special teams guy, but he has a great running style, played at Cincinnati. I think he's going to be a really good backup to Melvin Gordon. Kylan Hill is another guy later in the draft that could be good for the Broncos, a Mississippi State running back.
Jets traded up to 14, so and their pick is in because they had 20. They had 23, correct?
Yeah, they moved up from, I believe so.
They got to go lineman here, don't they?
I would think so. Darashaw, maybe.
Barrett Tucker or Darashaw. Or maybe it's
Yeah.
Najee Harris.
Yeah.
They do need a running back as well. I mean, that's another need. I mean, they really need to start building up around Zach Wilson now, or this guy will be the bust like we predicted, Jerry.
Yeah.
So because that's Adam Gase left that team bare boned. You're close to that situation out there, Kurt. You know,
You know what? They just, I mean, it was big time hatred of Adam Gase, and it's why a lot of people in this area that were still 50-50 on get rid of Sam Darnold, or did the coaches just do them wrong? And they said, you see Adam Gase with Tannehill, and Tannehill was a bust, and then he leaves, he goes to Tennessee, and Tannehill becomes a Pro Bowler. And it's the feeling in this area that that's what's going to happen with Sam Darnold.
well, right, and I sort of they went with Tucker from USC, so I I think that Drew Lock can be that kind of guy, but I think Pat Shermer, cannot be here. I don't think Drew Lock fits the Pat Shermer offense, and
Totally.
Pat Shermer is unwilling to adapt his offense to his quarterback. So I think, and I'm going to just play devil's advocate here. I think Denver is going to roll with this because George Payton says this is the best way to justify getting rid of Fangio and Shermer. These were not his guys coming in,
Yep.
And this team's going to be up for sale. You're going to probably want a better coaching staff put in place. Make this team more attractive. So I think Drew Lock can do it. I know Matt has concerns, but Drew Lock has the skill set to be a good quarterback, a top 15 quarterback in the NFL.
I again, when they always say athletic, mobile, can make every throw. I mean, it's Drew Lock, and I've always been high. I swear to God, I've always been high on him. I said it 2 years ago when we got him. I said I would love Drew Lock, and when we got him in the second round, I said, hey, this could be our guy. And I don't know. I don't like. I'm going to be honest. We had Shermer here in this area too with the Giants, and they were talking about it today. How it's like you said, David. It's my system. You're going to run my system, and it's just
right.
the right way to do it.
And I think he even held back Jones a little bit in New York. And I think he's going to develop a lot better. Without being out from under Pat Shermer. So Pat Shermer is very egotistical and hard headed, and it's his way or the highway. And so maybe Peyton just says, you know what, this is how I'm going to justify getting rid of these guys, and depending on the Patriots pick is in. So do you think they go Mac Jones here?
Silver platter.
Yeah, I do.
He's a Patriot type guy. I think he has he has Josh McDaniels written all over him. Which I think they could turn this guy into. I'm not going to say Tom Brady, but Mac Jones may be a success story like that in New England.
Mac Jones has got more talent than Tom Brady had as a rookie.
Well, and I think IQ wise, I think that he is the smartest quarterback in this draft.
Yeah.
So as far as going through progressions and things like that.
Kurt, earlier, David and I discussed Zach Wilson being the bust of the draft. How do you feel about Zach Wilson there?
I'm going to be honest. I think I kind of drank the Kool-Aid a little bit where, wow, I like him, like he's, Mahomes like and all this, but he does have a lot of question marks. Like you're saying, competition. BYU, hey, they were a great story last year, but they, hey, that's not the SEC or Big Ten or anything like that.
Right.
And he's going where you guys are saying. He's not protected well. They're going to probably start him from day one, and he doesn't have a lot of weapons. And he's in New York, so the media is going to be all over him starting tomorrow. It could be they took Mac Jones.
Wow. I can't believe he fell to him right there at 15.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. So for the sake of Peyton,
I have a question for you, and because we mentioned you mentioned Josh McDaniels, you brought up that poison word, but
right.
and then we were talking about next year with Peyton. If you and hopefully this isn't the case, and we're all saying this, and we're wrong, and we have a nice season, and Vic comes back. But with new ownership, and if it's Peyton, you guys know Peyton a little more. Just throw one of you guys throw one name out who you would be. That's a potential watch for the next head coach of the Denver Broncos.
Well, I had a conspiracy theory earlier, but it sort of went by the wayside when Denver passed on Justin Fields. My thing was that Denver was going to go ahead and draft Justin Fields. They would sit him for the year, and then get rid of Fangio and everybody else after the season and bring Ryan Day from Ohio State on as either the offensive coordinator or the head coach. But going into next year, I say we go after the offensive coordinator from Buffalo. Look, if you're going to keep Drew Lock, I mean, look what this guy did with Josh Allen.
Yeah,
and maybe he can have the same sort of turnaround. I mean, what are your thoughts, Jerry, on a potential coach?
Is Drew Lock still here next year, Kurt?
Say he is. We don't get Aaron Rodgers, and he is.
Okay. Josh Heupel, Tennessee head coach.
Another name you could throw out there is Matt Campbell from Iowa State.
I think it's got to be an offensive coach. We've gone defense.
Right.
So
yeah.
Josh Heupel was Drew Lock's offensive coordinator those 2 years in Missouri.
Yeah,
that's why I go there.
Right. So
again, I'm on our show. I'm the only one pro Drew Lock. I mean, everyone else is, he's this, he's that. But I see a kid that has the absolute talent. I don't want to give up on it. I want to see this year put everything in him. Hey, if it doesn't work out, then we move on. We have that kid. I don't want to lose that kid. I don't want him to go to Atlanta or somewhere like that. And in 2 years, it's like we had this kid and we just didn't use him right. Let's put, the thing I'll say is he has an offensive line now. He has all the weapons he possibly could ever have. He's going to have hopefully a top 5 defense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if he can't do it, and it's either coaching or him. And I think I'm willing to risk, to risk it this year and say, let's see if it's him or not.
All right, Matt, and we're going to pose the same question to you. And just work with us here, okay?
Okay.
We're moving forward with Drew Lock. Aaron Rodgers is not in the equation. Drew Lock's our guy. We all know that, and our theory is that George Payton, is just going to roll this way because then we don't improve that much, and it's a good justification to get rid of Fangio and Shermer and the whole group. Who's on your list of head coaching candidates?
That's easy. Matt Campbell, Iowa State.
Yeah, and I brought up him, and I brought up the offensive coordinator from Buffalo as well.
Yeah, he'd be. He showed that the guy from Buffalo. His name's slipping my mind right now.
Yeah, Cabal or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, he that one thing that Buffalo's shown is they've been willing to adapt. And with a young quarterback, at that point, you'll probably be investing in a young quarterback or a veteran. You're going to need someone that's going to be able to be confident in that flexibility. But knowing Peyton's style, I don't think he'll go with anyone. I mean, he's been rumored to be an old school type guy. I don't envision he'd go after any like real innovative guy. He might want to stay in that traditional type system that we see in like Minnesota and other places.
Yeah, but I think for sake of the team possibly being sold, you have to make a big splash too. You have to bring in somebody who's going to be a difference maker and get away from this old school style and try to be innovative and catch Denver up with the rest of the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
And
you're putting your job on the line too with new ownership.
yeah, and I mean,
if you want to be
and I
hard
don't want to
headed
be, yeah. Sorry,
and
what?
pick another, if you want to be hard headed and pick another Fangio type guy, then the new owners may come and say, we don't like this, we're just going to clean house and start over with all of our people. So I
Yeah.
think it has to be an offensive minded guy that's going to
It's,
progress
yeah, I
us
mean,
to
it's
that
gonna
next
be.
level. So
Yeah, what this is signaling to me, if they decide to roll with Drew Lock, is he really believes in this defense to be enough to just carry them to maybe that playoff breach. Maybe it's enough. And you're going to be happy with this next pick,
yeah,
Jerry.
Jerry, you are at your boy from Tulsa, Zayvon Collins to the Cardinals.
Ah,
So
Over J. Okay.
So Cardinals are another team I thought that may
that's a
go
top
running.
20. That's even higher than I thought.
I thought
Yeah.
the Cardinals may have gone running back too because I don't think they re-signed Drake, did they?
I don't believe so.
I don't think they did.
So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I
maybe
mean,
they're trying to build up that defense over there too. So Raiders are on the
and,
clock.
yeah, and I mean, and I hate to be a dead horse with the quarterback. I mean, there is still the possibility that he had a quarterback high on his board. We talked about this second tier. Maybe Surtain did just rank out as the highest player on the board. Maybe that was just who his guy was. Davis Mills has been skyrocketing up boards nonstop. I mean, Denver's at 40. Maybe they don't. Maybe there is a possibility they do come back and maybe they have one of these guys rated high. I don't like any of them. I just kind of been seeing it thrown around on Twitter while I was gone, dealing with my horrible internet connection today,
All right.
which has
And
become
I'm going to jump
frustrating.
out really quick, Matt. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
Matt, I've been
sorry.
scouting quarterbacks. I've been scoring quarterbacks feverishly the last week, 2 weeks, and Davis Mills doesn't do a thing for me. I do like Jamie Newman is kind of a poor man's Trey Lance, if you will, a guy that may have a real high ceiling and just really hasn't had an opportunity to show that. So I think the Broncos could still go down that route. Also, Matt, just to come to your rescue a little bit, this Surtain pick does not feel like George Payton to me. This does feel like Green Bay or Aaron Rodgers. There's something amiss.
It's got to be. I mean, I don't know. I'm not high on Surtain. I don't think after Horn went. Horn was my top rated corner. That's been my top guy for months now. I liked him. I still feel like Horn at 8 was a reach. He's a grabby corner. I didn't like the pick for Carolina. It's a reach from both of these guys. I think you should have seen them slide. Farley, as much as I hate to say this, as an actual athlete, he's a better corner than Surtain, athletic-wise, because of injury that he's going to slide. But I just don't feel comfortable with the Surtain pick. Yeah, and since my internet's been funky, I got kids coming left and right. They're bored. No TV, no bedtime stories.
George Payton, it's just not. George Payton has said he wanted to get more darts, and he's given us no reason not to believe those things, except for this pick. This is the first time we've seen George Payton do something that didn't really jive with things he's said around here.
Yeah, it was a confusing pick for me. There was more. I felt there was more. Was a lot more pressing needs. I feel like if we looked at it, cornerback was probably my fourth because yes, you have 2 guys on 1-year deals, but they're both vets, and there's a chance they could play into another contract. They still got enough youth to do it. Yeah. I would have put right tackle over it. I would have probably. Quarterback for me was 1. Right tackle was probably, or inside linebacker 2, tackle 3. Defensive line depth, I could even went there, but there really wasn't a prospect there. Edge, I would have put in front of corner. Von Miller's probably gone next season. Especially if you're absorbing a contract like Aaron Rodgers, there's probably a possibility you won't be able to retain him. That's kind of been my biggest fear with going after an Aaron Rodgers. It's going to be heavy on the books financially, and the capital is going to be crippling. So essentially, you're going from investing in what could be the best defense to trying to create the next best offense.
Right.
Because of you got youth there. So it is rather confusing. I still wouldn't if quarterback is still on the board and Rodgers is not a viable option. I wouldn't take quarterback off the board just yet. Like I said, Davis Mills fits the system. He could slide. I mean, now that Chicago's traded up, New England's got their guy. We could see a slide on quarterbacks. You might be able to sneak back in a second. I mean, but then essentially, is it just the Drew Lock situation all over again?
Guys, one more question before because then I got to run. I got to get back to. I'm gonna get back to Kenny. One more question. If we do get Aaron Rodgers and it's for picks and I don't know, say Chubb, right? We're saying Chubb, and who else did we say before? Draymond Jones was the other one we were saying.
Yeah.
Okay, just say it is those two. Realistically, how far can we go this year
with Aaron Rodgers?
With Aaron Rodgers,
you're contending.
Well, I say we're contending for the division title, especially with our defense. Even with Chubb gone, I still think we have a pretty dominant defense. And I think where we draft later, if we're drafting edges or something like that, that's going to tell us either more that, hey, this is a possibility that this really is happening. And I think, we get into the playoffs, we could easily contend for, making it to the conference championship game. So what are your thoughts, Jerry?
Yeah, I'm not as optimistic about our edge. If we lose Chubb, we're pretty shallow as far as depth goes over there, and Draymond Jones. I think we have a lot of depth on the defensive line, but it's not quality depth. So that means you've got to draft a good edge rusher this year to help Malik Reed fill that spot.
I mean, and pending what happens, though, I mean, if Surtain or corner is part of this trade package, could that substitute a Bradley Chubb or possibly a Draymond Jones? I think it'd be Draymond Jones that'd be, staying. I think Chubb would be kind of a centerpiece in the trade. But then I second down on Jerry here. It then becomes a massive issue. Von Miller's aging. He may not be here next year.
Right.
You just lost Bradley Chubb. You essentially may have no outside pressure. I mean, Malik Reed is good, but he's not great. I mean, it could get messy. I'm just saying.
He needs some help.
This pick is a complete surprise to me.
Yeah,
Alex, I thought Jalen Phillips would have been the pick here. He's nasty.
I was thinking that too. But they're going with the tackle out of Alabama.
If Denver goes edge at 40, that could signal something. It's in the works.
Well, maybe Green Bay goes edge at 29, and that's part of the trade as well. You never know.
I mean, if I'm Green Bay, I'm making my pick. I'm taking, I got to set my young quarterback up. I think
that's why I still think Jerry Jeudy's part of the package.
I still don't think it is. I think what would have been nice, though, I think if Chase would have dropped, if Denver would have taken Chase, that would have solidified that this is an Aaron Rodgers trade. That would have just solidified it. There really wasn't a receiver left. Devonta Smith has too many concerns with size. Green Bay likes to go across the middle. They're not going to want a guy who's 160 pounds running across the middle. He'll get destroyed. Roquan Smith would eat that for dinner, man.
And what's your thoughts?
Over again.
What's your thoughts, Kurt? Before you take off.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Matt. It's going to tell. If 40 comes and it's an edge rusher, then it's it could be Chubb. I mean. Again, I guess my last question for you guys is like the first one I asked. Like, where is the draw the line? Like, what if it's I want Chubb and I want Jeudy? Do you guys do it? I mean, I don't want to give up Jeudy. I'll be honest with you. I don't want to give up Chubb.
Yeah.
Or it could say something if pick 40 is a receiver. It could also say something.
Yeah,
you could be hanging on to the receiver and Judy's part of the trade, or you're drafting a secondary receiver for Green Bay.
And which then it means we got to wait until tomorrow.
Yeah, and Jeudy is our Judy's.
What I saw before I go back, what I saw was that, and I hope this isn't the case, but they're saying that if the Green Bay trades Rodgers prior to June 1st, they're going to get hit with a $30 million cap hit. If it's post June 1st, it's going to be something like $12 or $18 million. So I don't know how that's going to work. I mean, I was reading like a team could technically agree on the trade and then make it official post June 1st. So I don't know if that could be something that's holding it up too, but I just hope it gets done. We need. We talk about quarterback for the past how many years since Peyton Manning in 2015. I just want to get this thing solved, even if it's for 3 or 4 years, and then worry about it. Just get it solved.
Yeah, I said the exact same thing back when Deshaun Watson got out there, Kurt. When 2 months ago, when Deshaun Watson was the hot topic, I said we got to go. We got to go for that very same reason.
Yeah. One thing before you go, I know your boys. I don't know how they're feeling about it. Giants trade him back. They had Devon. They could have got their boy Devon. I mean, he couldn't have. He was gone. I know they were high on those Alabama guys.
Matt, the scary
Elijah Moore.
The scary part, and Sis texts me is Dallas is the one that screwed him because Dallas traded with Philly to move him up in front of the Giants to get the right. This is hot. He's
the pick Elijah Moore or Rondale Moore? It's got to be one of the Moore kids, right? It's got to be.
Yeah, got to be the Mississippi kid or the kid from Purdue. And another receiver, but I mean, he was big. He's a huge Bama fan. He wanted Devontae Smith. They were that close, and the crazy part, like you said, is he's right next door now. Like not even in the division, right across 3 hours away. He's in Philly. They're going to see him twice a year, and Dallas is the one that's
So, and Miami's second pick of the first round. Hey, Kurt, we know you got to get back. Everyone, this is Kurt with K&K Sports. We appreciate your time, Kurt. You're welcome back on Rocky Mountain Sports Report anytime you want. Jerry has his podcast. I'm sure he'll welcome you on. Matt and I do the 4th and 99. You're welcome on there whenever you want. We really appreciate your insight. So.
No, absolutely, guys. I would love to come on. I love talking Broncos. You know how much of a Bronco fan I am, and you guys, obviously, all 3 of you guys are always welcome on the K&K show to talk Broncos, to talk anything, anything you want. But if you guys come on, talk Broncos, because I'm always outnumbered by Giants. I need some Bronco backup, man. But
I'm actually.
Guys,
I've got connections that tell me I'm supposed to talk more Giants.
Yeah, no. I always get out. I'm sick of hearing about the Alabama receivers. I don't want to hear about that. But no, guys. Again, anytime you guys want, you guys have an awesome show. I love watching. I love coming on tonight, and I'm gonna love coming on in the future.
All right, we greatly appreciate it, Kurt. Say hi to the fellas over there, and you guys enjoy the rest of the draft.
We'll
be on tomorrow night too. So if you get bored and want to pop on. Let us know.
Tomorrow night, so I will definitely chime in. Maybe I'll even come on if you guys invite me.
All right, sounds great.
See you guys later. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kurt.
See you guys, or see ya. I'm not leaving yet. Hopefully,
all right.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah,
I'm so disappointed in this internet today. I got so angry when I got
of all days for it to happen, huh, Matt?
Yeah, it's been. But I've been having issues since 8:00 this morning.
As if you weren't already frustrated.
Oh, yeah, Miami
Jalen Phillips. They got my boy, man.
So
they got my boy.
And just to clarify what Kurt was saying, if Aaron Rodgers his dead cap right now is $38,356,000. If he's traded, if it's post June 1st, it will drop to $21,152. So that's $17 million savings. So. Maybe Green Bay doesn't want to move him right now. Yeah, so it'll be a long waiting game. So
if you are Denver though, do you invest in that? I hate to say developmental guy, but if there's one that you're liking that's sliding, let's say tomorrow afternoon, he's sliding past 40. You're getting into the early, late second, early third, or you may be moving up to think about, maybe Kyle Trask does slide. I know you and I really don't like Kyle Trask.
I don't. I know Jerry's high on him.
Really likes him. Maybe Kyle Trask does slide, and he is a scheme fit. He's I hate to say it. This system is for the unathletic quarterback. That is what this system is. It's not meant for the guy who's meant to evade and go to the right or to the left or drift away from the pocket. It's just kind of stay there and dink it and dunk it and get little by little by little. That's what this offense is.
I actually think this system suits Trask better than it does Locke. I've said Trask is Drew Lock 2.0, but Trask actually has better technique and his footwork is a lot better than Drew Lock's. He's not as athletic as Drew Lock, in my opinion.
I'm sorry, Jerry. Washington's on the clock. What do you guys
The
think?
pick is in. Their pick is in.
Okay, what do you think, Matt? What do you think they're going here?
Well, I mean, Washington, their defense is solid. Could it be a middle linebacker? Possibly. Could it be a corner? They did lose Darby. Could be a cornerback, but I really don't have a corner rated this. Greg Newsome the third is a name to watch if it's a corner. I don't think it's safety.
They brought that
Quarterback?
It could be
Cincinnati.
Kyle Trask.
Do you
Davis
think
Mills,
they
though.
reach right on one of those two? Do you think they reach right here? I mean,
I think the way they've seen it happen
Fitzpatrick is not their long-term answer.
no.
Oh, it's Steven Montez, right?
No, he's
Right.
gone. I think he's gone.
Yeah, I don't know. I just had
think
to throw that out there for Gilbert. So
Yeah.
Now,
No,
with the way the board is falling, though, and the quarterbacks let's be real. They slid. They dropped. That was not so. Maybe that trend will continue, and they're confident they could get a Davis Mills or Kyle Trask later.
yeah. This
It
feels
could be
more.
surprising. Maybe Ron Rivera's got Chris Sims on the line, and he's saying take Kellen Mond here.
boy, that's
That would be
there.
that would be a huge reach.
He is,
I
he is a
think
Ron
so.
Rivera type quarterback, though. He is a Rivera type quarterback. He likes those kind of mobile guys who do respect the pocket. I mean, he lacks the Cam Newton size, but that is a Rivera type guy.
Do we know where Washington picks in the second? Anyone?
I can figure it out.
Yeah, I will tell you here in just a second. Maybe it's like my internet is coming to a.
Yeah, it's Comcast. Something's wrong with them today. I called the tech while I was gone just now, and they're apologizing for it. They'll pick at 51 next. So there's a chance they can still get a quarterback there.
Their number one need is quarterback.
That is their number one.
So
I think that's too big a reach, though. At 19 here, I think they're more likely to go with a wide receiver.
Yeah. I mean, that's another one. Elijah Moore could be right here. It could be Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, Kadarius Toney.
They also
wide
need
receiver doesn't make sense.
They also need a tackle. I mean, Christian Darrisaw slid a lot further than I thought he would.
And Darrishaw's a local guy for them too.
So yeah,
He did say he wanted to go to Washington. It could make sense if they don't go receiver. I think it's offense for sure.
Here he comes. Pick is in.
If it's not Darrisaw, I'm going out on a limb here and saying it's Rondale Moore. I'm going to take it back, Elijah Moore. Jermaine Davis. Wow.
Wow.
That's one of my guys.
Yeah, talk about craziness. This falls right. Gettleman's going to be in hog heaven here. 20's got to be Christian Darrisaw. It's got to be.
Yeah.
I mean, receivers are sliding. Likely they can get one in round 2. He likes his hog mollies. Gettleman likes those big linemen. Darrisaw could be the pick. I mean, you could see a run on wide receivers, though. Indy's coming up. They could use a wide receiver. Man. I'm trying to keep up with everything. I'm trying to manage Twitter and everything.
Right. I think you're going to see a run on
Receivers.
wide receivers down here at the bottom. I think.
Yeah, definitely wish we could have had a little bit of a smoother run today. Unfortunately, it's our first one ever, so you're bound to get kinks, I guess.
Yeah, but
Just
next year we'll be doing it at a location, and we'll just live stream from there. So
I think that's a great idea.
excuse me.
I'm trying to get the draft order pulled up here.
Yeah,
There it is.
we got the Giants, and then we got Indy, we got Tennessee, and then Minnesota are the next ones.
Yeah,
That's the next 4 picks.
Yeah, because Jets and was it Jets and Minnesota made a trade?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm looking at let's see. Giants could go wide receiver. I mean, they could go wide receiver here, or they could go Darrisaw. I think it's one of the Moore kids or Darrisaw. If Gettleman likes his lineman, I would probably say it's Darrisaw. I'm trying to see if there's any other team that could be wanting to trade up for a lineman, and there's not Baltimore could be interesting because they got 2 first-round picks. Maybe they want to move up and get one of the receivers because, like you said, there is going to be a run. Indy could use one. Jacksonville could take one. Green Bay definitely needs one.
Minnesota,
think.
they're what at 24? Did they trade back there?
23. Yeah, they traded with the Jets. Jets took
Yeah.
Elijah Vera Tucker.
Wow.
Elijah Vera Tucker is probably my favorite lineman in this draft. I don't think he's going to be the best, but I think you're going to see a healthy kid who's consistent.
Yeah,
He reminds
I
me a
agree.
lot of I don't remember if he back in the Bradley Chubb draft, not Bradley Chubb, Cortland Sutton draft. About 2 picks before Sutton was taken, there was a kid, Will Hernandez. New York took him out of UTEP. Been one of the most solid guards out there. I mean, he's underrated. I think Elijah Vera Tucker is going to kind of follow in those footsteps and be a real solid guard out there.
Total blue collar guy.
Yeah, they're just kind of they live in the shadows, man. They're not. I mean, offensive linemen outside of Quentin Nelson don't really
Well,
get the limelight. Quentin Nelson's a beast, though. I mean,
Sorry, man.
that's a Hall of Famer.
sorry, Matt. They were showing the Giants war room, and they're all just standing around with their hands in their pockets, like there's total confusion going on in the place.
Yeah.
So,
They may have had their eyes on someone that just went off the board. Maybe the Jamin Davis was their guy. I don't know.
yeah,
On the phone, nobody's doing anything.
no,
Yeah,
they all just
I
had
mean,
their hands in their pockets. It's like
it could be. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else they could go for.
well,
Hey,
it says
real
their
quick,
number. Go ahead.
Just noticed Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, guy that I'm very high on, still available.
I'm
His
telling
size
you,
is
his
killing
size is hurting him because he's an Isaiah Simmons type guy. Where do you put him? Is he a safety or what is he? And I think that's
Mhm.
what's hurting him, JOK.
He's just got such a motor on him. He's going to be all right. His
Isaiah
size,
Simmons, though, he's bigger.
you just got to protect him from the linemen. And I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
either
scheme
either
thing.
that or you convert him to a strong safety.
Right. Right.
He
Yeah,
has
Isaiah
the speed
Simmons
to
is
cover and
6'4".
stuff.
What was that,
Right,
Matt?
right. Yeah,
And
but
he's huge, man.
but
What
he's
was
still
JOK at?
he's still in that tweener weight range.
Yeah,
So
he's in that weird. But yeah,
Right.
I mean, if you know how to use those players, they are useful. Butter Baker, Keanu Neal. There's been talented versions of this. I mean, you could even say like Ed Reed would come up in the box. I mean, there's been safeties / linebackers that kind of go back and forth and can play these roles. I mean, could he have that talent level? I don't know. I'm definitely concerned about his size,
right.
being at 6 foot. What was he? 6 foot 205? Is that what it was? I can't remember.
Who
Cormore,
JOK?
or was it
That-
225?
I heard 205, but they're listing him at 220.
I think he's 6'1",
And
215, but yeah, I think they're pushing it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
220 is a little big for him.
But Cox
So-
isn't that much bigger, is it? Isn't he a 220, 225 guy?
Let me see what Cox is, and he
I
may be.
have a surprise pick for the Giants here. Quiddy Pay, defensive end, Michigan.
Now, are you going with inside info or are you using the big brain?
I'm using the brain. If it's
Okay.
not right now, if it's defense, it's got to be Quiddy Pay. If it's offense, I don't know how you pass on Darashaw. Knowing that's kind of Gettleman's trait. Could be receiver. I mean, they need more weapons for Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, but they did just invest in Galladay from Detroit. So I think if offense, you got to go Darashaw. I think defense, it's Quiddy Pay. I think why you seen them have their hands crossed is because Miami stunned them by taking Jalen Phillips, and that was their guy.
Yeah.
Well, I wish Kurt was still here because I don't know how they don't get some more offensive line help. I don't know what are their
needs.
If they pass on Darashaw here, Darashaw could possibly fall to the late rounds. To the late round to Baltimore.
Their needs are offensive linebacker, center, offensive guard, offensive tackle, in linebackers and line is pretty much there. And Jabril Cox.
Vera Tucker was their guy. Sorry, go ahead.
Jabril Cox is 6'4", 231 pounds.
Yeah, he's a big
So
boy.
he
That's
has
a
a
big
bigger
difference.
frame to put some more weight on too, I think.
Yeah,
So
okay.
put another five or
I think he's
so
fine at
pounds.
231.
You're right. You can maybe
235.
throw five or so pounds on him. Some more muscle. Whoa, Tony
Was
from
it Elijah
Florida.
Moore? Tony,
No,
dang it. That was the one I threw him out there, but I wasn't confident in it
but
earlier. I was
I'm
like,
not.
it's one of the more kids.
He's another guy. I'm not sold on him. He's small. Is he going to stand up to the beating? But he might be a Tyreek Hill type guy.
What is it? I'm gonna. I don't know. I don't know. I
He's
don't know
five
what size it
eleven.
is.
He's 5'11",
Oh,
193.
shit. But if
So
you look at the roster, that would be nice. They've been missing that kind of player since Golden Tate. They got the big guy in Galladay. They got Sterling Shepard or Sharp. Is it Shepard or Sharp? I can't remember. There's been too many Sterlings in New York.
yeah.
But he could be the nice guy that goes across the middle for him. He looks like he's a pretty quick kid. I don't know much about him.
Well, hopefully he
Florida,
can stand up to the beating over the middle.
yeah. Yeah, Florida receivers scare me. Percy Harvin, a prime example.
Sort of like Florida quarterbacks scare me too.
Yeah.
What
it's
about Tevin Grimes? What do you guys think of him? I mean, just
I
since this pick
don't know
jumped
enough
out.
about him.
Tevin Grimes, I think he's 6'4", 215. Probably a fourth or fifth rounder. It'll be interesting to see where he goes, but I really like him. The Broncos probably don't need that type since they got Tyree Cleveland last year out of Florida.
Yeah, I would be shocked if we could see Denver potentially go with a wide receiver, but it wouldn't be probably till that 7th round when they're just kind of taking a flyer like the Cleveland guy.
Right.
Because that room is stocked. Another surprise thing we could see happen here tonight, maybe not tonight, but through the draft process, is Deshaun Hamilton could be moved for some additional draft picks this year, possibly.
Yeah, I've heard Hamilton's on the trade block.
I don't think
especially with the way Tim Patrick.
Trade.
And that's where I sort of get upset. I see Matt throwing around Tim Patrick's name all the time, and I do not trade that guy. That guy was your number one receiver last year. If you can't re-sign Cortland Sutton, you need to. I like Tim Patrick, and I would hate to see him go. So, but we got Indy on the clock here.
They could go. This could be Dershaw at the same time. I'm just surprised that he's sliding as far as he is. Maybe there's something that came back in medicals we're unaware of. Maybe there's got to be some reason he's falling.
Offensive tackle is their number one need, so maybe he does go here. So it
could be Dershaw.
Well, they lost T.Y. Hilton this year too, didn't they?
Yeah, that's the other thing. They need help in that receiving core.
Yeah, their needs are offensive tackle, defensive end, wide receiver, safety, and tight end. So, if Dershaw doesn't go here,
he's sliding.
Maybe there is something. Maybe there is something. Yeah, because Baltimore's going to need somebody. They just got rid of Orlando Brown. So
they traded him because he wants to play left tackle. So they need he was their right tackle because they got one of the best left tackles in the game in Ronnie Staley.
And Dershaw's a right tackle guy anyway, right?
Yeah, he's a right tackle.
Yeah,
he's only allowed 6 pressures last year, 0 sacks. The kid's got talent. I don't know why he's sliding. If they pass on him, Baltimore could be looking to move up. They still got pick 31 to get a wide receiver. With Tony coming off now, there's a good chance that we could see one of the Moors still slide. There's some other guys that are still out there as well. Wide receivers deep.
Yeah, wide receiver is very deep.
Marshall, I think Marshall could be. Marshall, I think, is a fringe first. I don't think we see him go before 27. I think that would be the earliest we see Marshall go. I like Marshall though. I think he's better. I would have taken Marshall over Tony.
Well, man, it's it makes things a lot more interesting for tomorrow now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much riding on it. The whole Aaron Rodgers thing kind of took everything away, and it was like up, down, Rodgers, Broncos, we don't know. Now they're saying who knows.
Right.
And then you pass on Fields. I still just that's my biggest fear still is did we just do the what if thing? I mean, it just scares me because I mean I'm fine with rolling with Drew Lock next season. That's cool, but if it bottoms out, I'm just scared about the longevity. Or if you did this all for Aaron Rodgers and then Green Bay is like, you know what, we changed our mind, we've meshed, we're all good.
Right.
Then what? Then you literally just did the same thing. It potentially could have, rumored it happened with Watson. There was rumors that the Broncos and Texans kind of had a trade agreement in place, and then allegations came out. We don't know what the realist if it was real or not, but it did come from a Rappaport account. So if it was accurate, we don't know. If it wasn't, it could be a fake. But you can't go off those what if situations. And I mean, just going back to Drew Lock while we wait. Drew Lock, if he does start, he will improve. I do think we will see an improved Drew Lock. It just becomes, is the improvement enough to secure a future?
Yeah, Matt, to jump on your side for a minute, which I haven't done much of. If Drew Lock only improves as an average quarterback improves, it's not enough. By no
Right.
means will it be enough.
Oh, I
But I
agree.
anticipate him to advance way past average.
If we're 8-9 next year, then and all the majority of those losses are attributable to Drew Lock's play, then yeah, he's not the answer, and we do move on. And maybe this coaching staff just was not in love with any of these quarterbacks.
That could have been the case. That really could have been.
You know,
Or they have
I
a
wasn't.
one of these other guys. There could be. They could just like a Jamie Newman or a Davis Mills or hell, even a freaking
Right.
Kyle Trask, which who knows? We don't know. They could have just felt that there was a better value pick that they knew was going to slide. I mean, nothing is ever guaranteed, but they felt confident could happen.
Right.
Well, and we could just take him at their word. They like the quarterback room. Brett Ripien, he's kind of a noodle arm guy, but he's super smart. And
he's your career. Yeah, he's your career backup. That's what he is. He's your long term.
So maybe they just like the quarterback room, and Teddy Bridgewater brings a veteran side of it. I try to think logically when I'm doing this stuff, and what you were saying, Matt, as far as taking Justin Fields, there's logic to that pick. I totally get that. And to me, there's logic trading back from 9. I don't see the logic in taking Patrick Surtain.
I don't either. I just can't justify it. I've been trying so hard to wrap my head around it. I can't.
The only reason I can see behind that is they have no intention of signing Fuller or Callahan after this season. That's the only thing I can think, unless it is part of an Aaron Rodgers deal.
And
that's risky. That's risky because, like Matt said, they could change their mind.
Fuller's going to be expensive.
Wow.
Quiddy Pay. Wow.
Surprise. Did not see that coming. I don't like the pick at all. I mean, there's not really much about it. Quiddy Pay, I think, is I don't know if you guys should know this name. Quiddy Pay and Greg Rousseau both remind me of a guy we will forever hate in Denver. Can you think of who I'm thinking of?
That will forever hate in Denver?
We wasted such a high pick on him, we forgot he even existed. Think long and hard about this.
How long ago?
Oh, it's over 10 years. It's been a while.
And he was an edge guy?
Yeah.
Oh, Sylvester Williams?
No, Jarvis Moss.
Oh, out of Florida.
Yep.
Yes, I remember that.
That's what those kids remind me of.
I like Quiddy Pay.
I'm not high on him.
You know what I like most about him is his story.
That's fair.
So, and I'm pulling for the guy.
I hope he is. I never.
I mean, he comes from a war-torn country, and his mom brought him over here so he could, play, go to good schools and stuff, and he's a smart kid too. 3.97 grade point average.
Yeah, at Michigan, yeah, that's crazy. The one thing I will say about him, I don't think he's going to be as much of an edge presence as you want in terms of sacking the quarterback. He's going to provide a lot of support in the run game. He's got that second tier to him where he just keeps going.
Right.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have he's got a good punch, but he doesn't got enough of a jump to really get around those tackles. He's a bigger guy. I could see him kind of be used more as a D end than an edge. I think he will provide a huge boost in the run game.
Did we have a trade?
I still have Tennessee at 22. Why? Who do you see?
Oh, Jacksonville's. Wait. Oh, never mind. I'm on the wrong thing. You're right. Tennessee's on. The. I was looking at the wrong thing. Maybe this is where you're. Maybe this is where more goes, Matt.
It could be. I mean,
you've been calling it. You've been calling it at every slot since about pick 17. So maybe you hit the jackpot here.
I don't think Tennessee goes more. And watch, I say that, and they go more. They did just lose I mean, he was more of a guard. They did just lose the kid from Georgia that they wasted their first round pick on a few. Was it last year that they drafted the kid out of Georgia? Who's been troubled. I mean, they didn't just lose him. So offensive line could make sense here. Darashaw sliding. I mean, is he more? Did they draft him to be a tackle or a guard? I can't remember.
No, they really need to address their cornerback or wide receiver situation.
Yeah. Greg Newsome III. Watch Greg Newsome III is a name to watch here.
Or Stokes out of Georgia.
That's a little high for me for Stokes. I think he's a second round guy. Second, third round grade is what I have on him.
Yeah, he's a second rounder for sure. You can't have that kind of speed and go third.
I thought Stokes was a safety.
They have him as listed as both. Another tweener. Caleb Farley. We just forgot that he even existed.
Right. Well,
I think he slips to the second.
Yeah, there's quite a few good guys here that could go. I mean, they don't have first round grades per se, but Asante Samuel Jr. is a good pick. Caleb Farley, Greg Newsome. They're all on the board for a corner. Aaron Robinson, I've seen him slide into the first in some drafts. I've seen him drafted as late as the third, though, so I wouldn't hold my breath on him. No. But if they go corner, Newsome makes sense. Newsome or Farley, I do think Farley falls. If Farley makes it past here, maybe Minnesota is crazy enough to do another trade back.
Their wide receiver situation is really precarious. Didn't they lose Brown?
I don't believe so. Let me just double check that. Maybe it was Corey Davis.
That's who I meant. Corey Davis. Where'd he go?
Yeah, they do need a receiver help, and that's why I was thinking Moore may be a.
This could be. It's getting down to the wire. This could
also who else? We got Bateman out of Minnesota too.
Yeah. This could be a trade, guys. I wouldn't put it past Tennessee trading a team trying to trade in front of Minnesota to take Darashaw. Minnesota probably would go Darashaw. I mean, it makes sense. They don't have really that right tackle foundation. At least I don't recall them having a great right tackle.
Yeah, they don't need to trade to do it, though.
No, I'm saying a team might be trading with Tennessee to jump in front of Minnesota.
Oh, gotcha.
Right.
Baltimore.
Yeah,
Baltimore makes perfect sense.
There's 45 seconds left, so
it's either trade or they're gonna pick. I think if they stay here, nope, it's a pick. I think
picks
it. Could it be Caleb Farley? It's got to, for me. It's Farley or Newsome, and then watch they go down Elijah Moore or something.
It's got to be Elijah Moore. I'm going Elijah Moore.
I'm gonna go Bateman out of Minnesota.
I'm gonna go corner. I think it's gonna be Newsome.
That's a reach.
Who's that?
For me.
Some people have Newsome as the second best corner in this draft. Some people have had Newsome jump up behind. Some people feel that J.C. Horn took over as number one. Newsome is close as you can get to Surtain. Some people have a really high grade on him.
I like him. I like him a lot. I just don't think he's a first rounder. At least not here.
No.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, maybe. We're gonna listen to the band for a while.
I can see
Viking.
Pittsburgh lining up real nice for Najee Harris.
Yeah.
If they pass on Derrishaw here, Minnesota desperately needs a tackle on both sides. I just looked at their depth chart and I can't even tell you if I know either one of them. Let's see if you guys know either one of these guys. Rashad Hill and Brian O'Neill.
For who? Minnesota?
That's Minnesota's tackles. That's their starting tackles.
I have not heard of
I've
them.
never heard of either one of them. So Derrishaw might, and if that happens, I don't know what New York gave up to Minnesota to get there. That could be a solid win. Spillman might have been, an A+ grade there too if they get Derrishaw, who I think was the second best natural tackle in the draft. At 23, and you pick up extra capital, that's a win, man.
Yeah.
That's a win. Do we see Pitt go quarterback while we're here? It could be running back. I've heard they like Najee. I've heard
Pittsburgh?
they like Travis. Yeah, I've heard they
I
like
can see
Travis.
Kyle Trask. I see Kyle Trask in the Pittsburgh offense.
And I'll be kind of mad if it is. I'm just kidding. I don't want Kyle Trask in orange and blue ever. I can't even convince myself. That made me nauseous. I was thinking it for a second. I almost had to lose the lunch.
Matt, like I said, man, I've been scouting quarterbacks hard and heavy here the last 2 weeks.
Wow.
And I like
it's your boy, Matt. Not more either.
Was I right with Newsom?
Caleb Farley.
Damn it! I should have went with it. Damn it! I went with the one I thought he was gonna slide. He's got COVID right now too.
Yeah, he does.
Seriously, yeah. If he would have slid,
that's a sign. That's a sign right there.
What's a sign?
That Caleb Farley just got out of surgery with his back, and now he has.
You're saying he got COVID from surgery?
Well, it's just a bad sign. This kid has so many red flags.
I don't think so.
All right.
I know you don't.
I'll be right back.
I like Caleb Farley. I think he's the best cornerback in this draft.
There's a lot to like, David, but there's just too many red flags. His lack of experience, his moving over to corner from quarterback, and I understand that, that helps him with his reads. He's got great movement. His athleticism is off the charts, but he's injury prone. There's just so much that tells me no.
Yeah, I see everybody's concerned with him. So, but these people do some serious medicals,
Oh yeah, sure.
And they're definitely not going to spend a first round pick on somebody that they think is damaged goods, And they say that his last surgery was a minor outpatient surgery on his back. So
yeah.
I don't think anything on your back is minor, but I mean, being that I've had back surgery before, but they're classifying it as a minor procedure.
Yeah.
So
well, my wife went to Virginia Tech, so I'm a Virginia Tech fan. I'm a Washington football team fan, and I like the kid. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, hopefully he stays healthy, because if he does, I think he's tremendous. So,
and we won't have to face him all the time.
No, not all the time. So, which is good. He's not in our division. So,
great. Hey, I want to get back to Jamie Newman.
Okay.
I keep saying, I've been scouting quarterbacks, and Jamie Newman could really be a sneaky pick. Depends on when you get him. If he's a third-round guy, I'd prefer to get him in the fourth, but I think he's going to come up into the third, and he could even slip into the second.
Yeah, I mean, he was a highly sought-after quarterback, and I think he was going to be good. And then, the whole transferring to Wake Forest, and I don't think everything panned out the way he was hoping it would,
Right.
So,
he left Wake Forest for Georgia.
That's right. I got it backwards. So.
he lost a family member to COVID, so he didn't play last year. And in the Senior Bowl, he looked pretty mediocre, pretty
What
pedestrian.
was he a senior? Well, he
Yeah.
had to be in the
Yeah.
Senior Bowl. So I'm.
Well,
He
if
could
I
have
don't
taken another year, though. I
no,
think.
I think he graduated from Wake Forest and was going to take another year at Georgia.
Oh, okay,
I think
okay,
that's what happened.
okay. All right. So sort of one of those Joe Burrow type things where he was a
Right.
graduate transfer. So
Right. Which when that happened, I said, "Well, why didn't you just stay at Georgia one more year?" And that was why, because he didn't have another one.
right. But if he didn't play, you would think he would still have one.
Right. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know
Yeah, I
the
don't know
rule
all
there.
the ins and out of the rules, but he may have been a guy who could have benefited from staying one more year if he had that year of eligibility. So, but maybe he was told at Georgia, well, we don't want you anymore. After he opted out on him,
Yeah.
and which I don't blame him if he had a death in his family.
Yeah.
So
Opting out really it really causes concern, but it also you have to respect it too. I think what really hurt him is his Senior Bowl. He got a lot of reps and he didn't look great, but he's a sneaky. He's got great size, great talent, and he made good reads. So he's somebody that's on my sleeper radar.
yeah,
And
he may pan out. He may be one of those later round guys that just surprises everybody.
yeah, and frankly, I'd rather see George Payton take a flyer on him than Kyle Trask. And you know how much I like Kyle Trask.
Right. So I guess is he really a fit to the system? I guess.
Probably not, but he's
So
not somebody that's going to play this year anyway. He's
that's true.
a
So
developmental guy that you're going to get exposure to the speed of the game and see how he comes along. This is
so Minnesota's pick is in. So
I am really shocked about this Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah thing.
yeah, I don't know
I
what's
know
going
his
on.
size is an issue, but he still is just so talented.
Yeah. So
Vikings need inside offensive line. I don't think they could go Tevin Jenkins here, but I
yeah,
don't think that would. Who's left on the edge here?
on the edge. Um, let's see.
Did you see the pictures of Mac Jones?
Yeah, I
It's Tom
did.
Brady all over again.
Yep, that's what everybody's trying to sell now. Well, here's the pickup. It's Christian Darashaw.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Steelers on the board now, or on the clock. So is this where somebody flies off the running back flies off the board, Jerry?
Wow. I think there's a good chance it's Najee Harris. Somebody's got to take him, right?
Yeah. I think it might be. I could see them going running back and just telling, hey, Connor, sorry, hey, head on down the road.
Oh no, Connor's in Arizona. That's who I was thinking of earlier. I could not remember who Arizona picked up. Arizona got James Conner. They signed him as a free agent
When did they sign him?
like 2-3 weeks ago.
I was just
And I'll tell
looking
you
at
right-
my
I'll
wife's
tell you right now.
Steelers magazine she got the other day, and he was still listed as unsigned.
Yeah, no, he is in with the Cardinals as of April 19th, so 10 days
Okay.
ago.
Okay. So, yeah, they definitely need
And I nailed the Darashaw pick finally.
yeah, finally.
I mean, I was surprised he fell, but it could be. I mean, they don't have a running back on their roster that I would feel is a starter here in Pittsburgh.
There's Khalil Herbert.
Maybe Najee Harris, huh? Here.
I'm trying. Could be. I'm trying to figure out what their other needs are.
They're saying the best fit here is Etne out of Clemson.
Yeah, he does fit.
He doesn't fit for Pittsburgh, though.
I don't think he does either.
But no, I like him because you got to remember Pittsburgh does a lot of the screen stuff. Etienne would be perfect for screens, I think. He's got the speed, but the only problem is they kind of already have a guy like that with Sam. Is his name Samuel? I think. So Najee Harris would be the better fit overall. It just depends on what they're wanting to do. Kyle Trask could be the guy here, though.
Their pick is in. Let's see. Yeah, Kyle Trask wouldn't shock me either.
Oh, we also got to remember their biggest void. It just hit me. Sinner, both the Pouncey brothers retired.
Well, I know that, boy, and when we did our mock, boy, I got beat up for picking a center there.
Creed, right? Is that his name?
Who that I selected?
No, is that who that center you were talking about? Is his name Creed?
Yeah, the guy out of Oklahoma. It was Oklahoma or Oklahoma State. I can't remember now, but I selected him here, and you beat me up. PFF beat me up. So
yeah, it is a reach, but at the same time, center is not deep in this class.
I would take the Alabama guy, but he's just coming off a knee injury.
Yeah, that's too risky. I mean, it could be that. It could be the center. It could be Najee, but don't be surprised if it is a Greg Newsome. I mean, the cornerback's probably 4th or 5th on their needs, but they don't really have.
Surprised here.
They don't really have that guy that comes out and springs. I'm going to be here long term.
And John Burton clarified for us, so thank you, John, and Matt did too. But Arizona did sign Connor, so I guess my wife's magazine, her Steeler magazine, was a little
outdated.
Here it goes. I nailed it.
Is it Creed?
It's Najee Harris.
It is Harris. There was rumors they were going to do it.
6'1",
I think he's one bad mamma jamba.
Yeah,
they got to steal. I mean, he's the Alabama backs. They got a bad rep for a while. With
I think Derrick Henry. I think
Derrick Henry changed the perspective.
Yeah, McFadden's Arkansas guy.
Oh yeah, Arkansas.
But Mark Ingram.
There we go.
There was Ingram. What's his name from with the Raiders is doing good too though.
Josh Jacobs. So Henry started a trend. Jacobs followed up. Now let's see if Najee can do it. Oh, it looks like there was a trade. Jacksonville's at 25. There's had to be a trade. Did we miss it?
No.
There had to be.
No, they've always been at 25.
Oh, they have. You're right. I'm all screwed up. I was looking at the.
Look at that guy. He looks like a model, for crying out loud.
Who's that? Najee Harris?
Yeah. Not just a tremendous athlete, but he's a cover boy model.
Yeah.
Let's hop over to.
He's a baby Derrick.
I'm a huge fan.
What's Derrick Henry's size?
He's like 6'4" or something. He's tall though. He's like 6'4". What was this guy? 6'1", you said? 6'2"?
6'2".
Yeah, I think Henry's 6'4".
He's just got a gear that
6'3", 238. So he's not much bigger than Najee.
No.
He's an inch taller and 7 pounds heavier. So Najee may turn out to be a bruiser. I think Najee might be a little faster than Henry.
He's definitely a fleet of foot compared to Derrick.
So
I mean, Derrick just runs you over. I love Derrick Henry the way he runs, but
yeah. Well, I said in the pregame, I said, if any team was going to ruin my thing that a running back didn't get taken in the first round would be Pittsburgh. So I'm sure my wife upstairs she's probably not happy because she hates Alabama, but she'll learn to like Najee Harris, I think.
It's Diane, right?
Diana, yeah.
Diana, be happy. This is a great pick for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it definitely is. So,
I'm trying
Yeah.
to nail down this Jacksonville pick here, and I'm
Wow,
just
look
not
at
coming
that.
up with anything substantial.
They're showing he's a better receiver than Derrick Henry. You know,
He's better than Derrick Henry. He's better than Franco Harris.
who's
Trying to
Bamp
think.
Daddy? Does anybody know who Bamp Daddy is?
No.
We got
Is it?
somebody in the lobby named Bamp Daddy.
It could be Alex Romero.
Oh,
It's not Alex Romero.
No, it's not Alex Romero. They asked for some people to give their take, join in on broadcast, and I thought I'd take the opportunity.
That was me.
All right.
oh,
Jump in there,
okay.
Bam.
Oh, we got the followers coming in now. I'm just
That's right.
We're all sitting here trying to figure out who's Bamp Daddy.
Yeah, my grandkids call me Bam.
Oh, okay. All right. So what
do you
are
got
your
for us?
thoughts on the Broncos pick?
Pick. I like the pick. It was expected. It wasn't super exciting. I think people feel a little let down because the excitement wasn't there as far as the risk. But I think it was a great pick, and I think next champ Bailey and.
Yeah, we're having some audio issues. We're not hearing you. All
Yeah,
right.
we lost you
Yeah.
there, Bam.
Yeah, we lost
Yeah,
you,
we
Bamp.
All
All right.
Well, we'll let him come back.
All right.
While he's getting those things together, looking at the, I am trying to focus on the draft to mend my broken heart. Jacksonville, I'm looking at their roster. I mean, their roster's not as bad as what we initially.
No,
I
it's
initially
not.
thought it was.
No, they got a good receiver in DJ Chark.
Well, yeah. Well, then they got Marvin Jones over from
Yeah.
Detroit. They got Laviska Shenault, who we all know and love here
I
from
think
Colorado.
they need a tight end. Is there a tight end that you take right here, though?
They got Tyler Eifert, who's he's kind of on the down,
Right.
the downside of his career.
So,
I
you always
don't
need
feel
more
they-
than one tight end.
But I don't feel like there's a tight end this
I
early.
don't either. It says their needs right now: tight end, offensive tackle, safety. Is this where we see the guy from TCU come off the board, Mooring?
We could see Murr go here. Yeah, their safety. They're both safeties are pretty weak. I think this could be Morig. They just invested in Rudy Ford, who's from Philadelphia. Andrew Wingard, he got Colorado ties. He's their starting free safety. So yeah, Morig is a possibility here. If it's not Morig, I could see them going with Greg Rousseau.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How's it going?
Alex,
What's happening?
welcome to the show, man.
Go
Good
ahead,
to be
Matt.
here.
We're just talking about the Jacksonville pick coming in and where they're going to go here. So Matt we're thinking they might go safety here. That might be the safe pick for him.
Got to
for
be
him here.
defense.
So what's your thought on the Patrick Surtain pick, Alex?
I'll be honest with you, it caught me by surprise. I really thought we were either going to go Rashawn Slater at offensive tackle to bolster the offensive line, or I thought we were going to pick up Micah Parsons for the inside linebacker spot. So for an already solid corners spot, I think Surtain's a good ad, but I feel like Denver made the incorrect pick in the first round at the very least.
Yeah.
For those of you that don't know, Alex is my co-host on the pod, the Rocky Mountain Thunder podcast, and we talked about some of this stuff. And Alex, you probably missed out what we were thinking with Surtain. That this kind of feels like George Payton got a little out of his comfort zone and went to
Best player available.
best player available.
Which makes sense. Which makes sense to an extent, but you've still got to cater to the needs of the team, right? And so we've already addressed the corner spot by bringing in Ronald Darby, by bringing in Kyle Fuller, where why not bolster the rest of your defense or even your offensive line at that number 9 spot?
Yeah, and Matt has a theory that this Surtain pick might be part of a trade to happen with Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers,
Which
because it
it
was
very well could be.
yeah, because Aaron Rodgers and we looked in the picks in for Jacksonville, so we'll see who they select. But
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, if he's traded after January or June 1st, it's like a $17 million savings for Green Bay. So,
But this is where it does get a little confusing, though. I've been thinking about this. So, first round picks, their contracts are fully guaranteed. So, what is the money side of things going to look like for Denver if they trade Surtain?
yeah,
What is that hit
I
going to look
don't
like?
know.
It's 21 million, I think, guaranteed.
Wow.
I thought they were confident in Robinson. I really did.
Wow.
Travis Etienne went to Jacksonville just now.
Yep. Hey,
Oh, wow.
him and Lawrence are
Back-to-back
teammates.
running backs.
I was going to say they're back together, man. That's going to be a fun duo to watch, to be completely honest, in Jacksonville, especially with the offense that Urban Meyer likes to run too. Like, that's going to be a fun group to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And Urban Meyer is the gadget play kind of offense guy. He's got a lot of stuff in there. He's got a lot of toys to mess around with. He's got Etienne, who's quick. He's got LaVisca, who is doing end arounds and crazy stuff here in Colorado with his 6'4" frame. He's got DJ Chark, who's similar to LaVisca. He can be used as a gadget. They got Marvin Jones, who's going to be like he could be their primary guy. They got all big receivers. I think Chark is 6'4", LaVisca is 6'4", and I think Marvin Jones is right there, like 6'3", 6'4" too. So they don't really got a tiny guy over there.
Yeah, I think their offense, they're going to be set up. I don't know what they're looking like on the defensive side of the ball. I know
that's what I was. Yeah, is their secondary is. I mean, they got C.J. Henderson, who they invested in last year in the top of the draft, who played really well for them. Shaquille Griffin came over from Seattle, who was probably the top free agent corner. They got Miles Jack and Joe Schobert. Their linebacking core is pretty solid. The biggest weakness was defensive end. Outside of that, safety, defensive end. So this was a bit surprising with Moorhig on the board. But hell, if Moorhig's there here in a few picks, I don't know. I wouldn't be upset if Denver made that call and came up and got him.
Got back into the first round to get him.
Hey, we're all into investing in depth. Might as well invest into the other secondary position.
Right, might as well. Right.
George Payton breaking my heart here.
Yeah,
and he's breaking his word too.
What do you think Cleveland does
and that's
here?
not good for Bronco fans.
What do you think Cleveland does here? Do you think JOK is a fit here in Cleveland?
That's my pick. That's what I was going to say. I think that's almost a lock. And it's crazy he's made it this far.
If he's not here, he's definitely at Baltimore. Yeah.
Really?
Who?
What's that, Alex?
Oh, I was surprised JOK was still on the board.
Yeah, and we are talking
two
about that.
linebackers for him.
We think it's his size. He's a smaller guy.
Definitely.
So I think the teams that went above him that needed linebackers, wanted to go with the bigger guys and true size linebackers. But yeah, because JOK could, he could slide into safety or somewhere like that. But I think he'll fit in good with the Cleveland defense.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the opposite of what Mac Wilson is, and that's their other starting guy, I believe.
Well, their pick is in. So what's that?
Based on needs, he doesn't really fit what they're saying their needs are in Cleveland.
No, he doesn't.
I think they have more of a need along the line on defense than they do linebacker.
I mean, I don't know. Their defensive line. You know what? Christian Barmore could be the pick.
But is he just one of these best available guys?
I mean, now looking at the middle linebacker, field they got here, they got Anthony Walker, who's projecting to be their starter. They had Mac Wilson, who they invested in last year, who played really well for him. Their other linebackers are pretty solid. They got a pretty good linebacking core. Safety's pretty solid as well. They got Johnson and Delpit, so maybe JOK isn't the best fit here.
Maybe not.
But it might be Barmore by default. I mean, they're not going to go wide receiver. There's not really an offensive lineman that they desperately need. It could be Barmore. He makes sense. Or a Newsome, a cornerback. Could be a cornerback. That would give them 3 young guys that they've invested here in the last few years. Greedy Williams, Denzel Ward. Could wrap it up with a Newsome.
This could be one of those Moore boys.
Yeah, I mean, could be. I mean, wide receivers pretty stock for them. They got Odell. They got Jarvis, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Rashard Higgins.
Is Odell there still?
Yep,
Yeah,
Odell's there. He blew his ACL out last year.
Well, right, I know, but I know there's some issues, and they were talking about they were going to move on from him. I didn't know if they had released him or not. So, yeah, and I like Odell, but he can definitely be he can be a cancer in a locker room. So, yeah, he's still with Cleveland. So I thought they were going to release him, but maybe they haven't.
Yeah, maybe they were waiting for the draft, see if they could get their guy.
Maybe, who knows? So.
Yeah, you're a few seconds ahead of us, right, Dave?
Yeah, I think I am.
All right.
And even on because I got ESPN pulled up on my other monitor, and the pick will pop in there before it does on my TV.
All right.
So.
I think it's going to be Barmore. That's why I'm locking it in as Barmore. Any other locks?
I'm gonna go JOK.
I think it's Newsome.
Wow. Who'd you say? Who'd you say, Jerry?
I don't know enough about it. I haven't watched.
Jerry just nailed it. Jerry nailed it. It's Greg
Newsome.
And I was just talking it up too. I was just talking.
Well, they're building a good secondary because they got Greedy Williams there too. Is their other corner?
And they just completely can. If Newsome turns out to be a solid pick, they just completely built that cornerback room to be solid for years to come.
Right.
They got Greedy Williams, so they've invested a top 10 pick in Greedy Williams. I believe he was top 10.
Yeah.
Denzel Ward, top 5.
That's right.
And now they just invested in Newsome. All right. This has to be a receiver, right? Or I mean, there's not, or is it? Or do they take one of these tackles?
Baltimore?
It's got to be, right?
I mean, do you think they might even be in the running for a running back though, with releasing. But
they got J.K. Dobbins though.
Oh, I guess that's true. But even drafting a running back again as well would just strengthen that running back room, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I mean, Tevin Jenkins makes sense if they want to go here, but I have a feeling he could be there at 31. He's probably the best tackle left on the board. Because they want to make up for their loss.
I think somebody said it. If Cleveland didn't take JOK, then Baltimore would. So
yeah, I said that.
Maybe. Let's check out their roster. But they did just invest in a linebacker not too long ago in Patrick Queen too, though. And they run a 4-3, so they don't need 2 inside linebackers.
Yeah, I think they're in more desperate need of that. I think Tevin Jenkins is the guy here.
It makes sense. I'm trying to see what other tackles are available.
You got Jenkins. You got
could be Little from Stanford.
Eichenberg out of Notre Dame. You got Eichenberg out of Notre Dame.
He's been rising.
Oh, you got Jenkins. Matt. You got your North Dakota State guy.
Yeah, Dylan Rance. I do like Rance. I think he is more of a day 2 guy though. But I mean, like I said, I think tackle will still be there at 31. Could we see them double down on receiver? I mean, they do got Sammy Watkins now. They did invest in Duvernay last year. I think your boy, the guy you said earlier, Rashad Bateman, makes a lot of sense here.
Is that the Minnesota guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's got to be. I don't like Elijah Moore here. They already got the small guy in Marquise Brown Jr.
Yeah, Bateman is the bigger guy, so he does make sense for him to give him a big target.
Rondale Moore is what? He's probably in the middle between the two, correct?
I wouldn't be surprised either to see Terrace Marshall come off the board.
Yeah, that could be
I'm telling you guys, that guy. You guys all saw what Justin Jefferson did, right? Terrace Marshall's the same dude. He runs routes exactly like him. He has great hands. He's gonna be a steal of the draft for somebody. Just sort of like Jefferson was last year when people were like, "Oh no, don't pick him." So I actually wanted Denver to pick him over Judy. So, but I am partial to LSU. So, but I think
Uh,
Terrace Marshall is going to be a great guy, a
yeah, I mean
great
that,
receiver.
that that would not surprise me. That would not surprise me. Look for New Orleans to possibly be a late trade back as well. Especially if one of the Moors drop, which is going to happen. New Orleans was high on a cornerback because there was rumors they might want to get rid of Lattimore earlier. They were kind of worried about his down year. I mean, there's not really a cornerback left at this value that I would take.
Hey,
Unless they
Matt,
want to reach on Asante Samuel.
any chance you think they go edge here with Phillips out of Miami?
Phillips went. He went to. Didn't Phillips went to Miami?
Oh, gee. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah, he stayed. I just realized that he's staying home.
I was gonna say, yeah.
yeah. He
Staying
doesn't
down
have
in
a he
Florida.
doesn't have a far move at all.
What about where do you think
Rousseau?
Osai is gonna go from Texas?
I think he slides into the second round. I don't know if we see another edge go right now. I don't think we see another edge go tonight.
No,
Buffalo could. I mean, unless the team is trying to trade up and get back in to get one, I don't really see it happening.
I think if they are, they're going to go with that Jason away from Penn State.
Yeah, he's solid.
Yeah,
Rousseau is dropping because there was concussion issues. Yeah, I mean Osai, he's more of a second. Aziz Ulajari could possibly go. I mean here.
and
If they want.
they have the number one ranked ESPN on their board. They have the number one ranked defensive end still on the board is Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma.
I feel that's a reach. Ronnie Perkins is a day two guy for me for sure. I do. I mean, I don't really care for Rousseau. I don't like Rousseau. I didn't care. I mean, I didn't really care for the edges outside of Jalen Phillips in this draft. I mean, the top tier that have been rumored to be top tier.
Can I just say one thing though? I'm gonna go back a little bit earlier in the draft though. I'm just super happy the Jets took Zach Wilson at number 2. I'm just gonna say that right now. Oh my God, that was such a relief for me.
Why is that?
So if you can't tell, Jerry, you've heard me talk about this before. My shirt, I've got a University of Utah shirt on.
Right.
And,
yeah, we know you're from Utah, so
yeah. So Utah and BYU are heated rivals. Utah has won the last 9 in a row, dating back to I believe 2011.
Right.
And so I've watched Zach Wilson play 3 times in person, and versus Power 5, he struggled. He went 2-3 against Power 5. And so, and most of those were Pac-12 teams. However, they did play Tennessee and squeaked that one out in overtime, I believe on like a Hail Mary or something is how they forced overtime. But
right.
I mean, versus Power 5 teams, if you look at his numbers and look at his stats, they're not very impressive. Last year when he played a lot of teams, they were a lot of kind of lower level, like Northern Alabama, like kind of stuff like that, Texas, El Paso, kind of games like that. That's why he had so many high numbers, is because he never played hardly anybody with a strength of schedule other than maybe Coastal Carolina.
Right.
And so if you look at his numbers from 2020 and look at his numbers from 2019 as well, you'll see a huge difference between the competition that he played against as well as the numbers that he put up against that competition.
Yeah, and we talked about that earlier. So, and we think that he might get eaten up New York. So what do you think of this pick, Matt? Rashad Bateman and
I finally got one right on the first try. That's
yeah.
all I'm saying.
So they did take Rashad Bateman then.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
they did.
And
Gotcha.
New Orleans on the clock.
Is this
Yeah.
Kyle Trask?
Is it Kyle Trask or is it a Kellen Mond?
I don't think either one of them, to be honest.
I don't
with
think
you.
I don't think Kyle Trask fits the Sean Payton offense.
I don't think he does either. I mean, Kellen Mond makes sense. I mean, New Orleans is kind of in a place where they really
But they paid
there's not
Hill.
really there's not really anything here to help them.
They paid Hill so much money.
Well,
you
yeah,
know?
because they're able to void out. So they gave them that a massive extension because they're able to void out all the back half. So after this year, they were able to void the entire contract.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's funny money. They did it to try to improve the cap space because it takes money off the book. So they spread it out over like 7 years or something crazy like that. So he's never going to see the money.
Okay, all right, understandable then.
That's interesting how they can do that though.
Yeah, New Orleans is in a lot of cap issues.
Oh yeah, they
Atlanta's in a lot of cap issues. So it's gonna be interesting what the fallout after the draft is going to be. I'm gonna hop over to New Orleans depth chart and see if we can figure this out.
Could New Orleans take?
Could be receiver.
I was gonna say, could New Orleans take a tight end here?
I don't have one. They do not have a very good tight end rated on their board at all. Nick Vanette's their starting tight end right now, and he was our third string guy.
Right.
I just don't think there's a tight end of value at this point of the draft. And I would not feel comfortable if I was.
Most of these tight ends I'm looking at, they're all, probably late round 2, round 3 type.
Yeah,
and lower guys. So.
It could be wide receiver. That's kind of their weakness on their offense. Their offensive line is solid, so I would not rule out receiver. Maybe one of the Moors here.
Yeah, did what's his name? Emmanuel. Did they release him, or is he still on their roster?
He's not on the roster that I see here.
I think Emmanuel Sanders went somewhere else.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. I forgot where he went though.
It was like
Buffalo.
That's what I thought.
Oh, forget. So another interesting place they could go. It could be defensive tackle. It is a weak room for them. Let's see.
So,
could be JOK. They do run a 4-3. It could be JOK, for sure.
That would be a heck of a pickup for them. Is JOK, especially him sliding down this far.
Who's their receivers?
So their receivers are, of course, everybody's favorite guy, Michael Thomas, some guy named Traquan Smith, Deontay Harris, and Marquez Callaway. They did draft a guy last year, Lil Jordan Humphrey from Texas. He's a short guy, pretty quick. He's more of like a punt returner, kick specialist, or return specialist, sorry. So I think it could be one of the Moors here, maybe it could be a Marshall, just keep him there in Louisiana.
Yeah, and he's a bigger guy too, 6'3", 205.
Yeah.
More Elijah Moore. He's only 5'10", so he's a smaller guy. What about Rondale Moore?
He's 5'9".
Rondale, yeah. Rondale, they're listing as 5'7", 181 pounds.
My guy, the small guy. Small guy. That is me. I'm 5'7". Get that guy a job. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, so I think if you're looking at it, it could be Barmore's on the board here, JOK is on the board here, and receiver. That's kind of where it's got to be somewhere in that field. If it goes outside of that, that'd be a surprise to me.
Or a safety.
They still got Malcolm Jenkins under contract.
Yeah, but he's getting old, isn't he?
They also have Marcus Williams over there, another Utah boy, let me tell you. But
and they got Charcy Gardner-Johnson too. So they're pretty stacked at safety. Yeah, they got to get three pack of safeties over there.
Well, and they only signed Winston to a 1-year contract, so maybe a quarterback does
It could
make
be.
sense here. Hey Matt,
But
I don't think the record's going to fall like you predicted.
no, I'm surprised. Yeah, I thought we could see something. The one team that I wouldn't count out of taking a quarterback right now is Tampa Bay. I wouldn't count it out.
That's true.
I wouldn't either, only because they would want Tom Brady to develop that quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, and Tom Brady's on. I think he's at the point of his career. I think he does think he can play to 45, but I think he's at the same point as like, I don't really have anything else left to do. What more is there to do?
Right. I won one away from Belichick, so he proved his point that he could. Oh, sorry, Jerry. Jerry's over there waving his hand. How long were you over there, Jerry?
It was not that long.
Okay.
I just had to jump in.
Wow.
I don't even know who this kid is.
Wow.
I think this is a reach.
Huge reach.
Peyton Turner out of Houston. Let's see. I'm going to look him up.
Yeah, I was going to say I hadn't heard that name at all.
Dude, I don't show him in the top 25 of defensive ends.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think that qualifies as the first-round sleeper.
There it was. Way to shock us all, New Orleans.
Hey, you know what? I mean, if they see something in that guy, I mean, I really hope he does well, obviously. But, I mean, like you guys said, definitely a surprise they're not taking somebody a little bit higher on the draft boards.
He's not even listed.
All right. Packers pick is in within seconds. This is going to be Green Bay's like, please don't leave us, Aaron. We're gonna draft the receiver 5A.
Yep.
But who is it?
It's Rondale Moore. It's going to be Moore out of.
It's got to be Rondale Moore. That's what they promised.
Cold weather guy.
That's what they promised. They said that if he was on the board, they would take him.
If they take a quarterback, I highly doubt they will. If they take a quarterback, I'm gonna lose it because that means Rodgers is coming to Denver.
If they take JOK, what do you? I mean, that could be Denver's late round pick. Maybe you were right. Maybe the swapping picks. Just getting in your money ball ideas here.
Yeah. I mean, if everything's on the up and up, it's Tevin Jenkins.
That's who you think it is? I think it's Rondale Moore.
It could be Jenkins because Rodgers got pressured quite a bit last year, which he wasn't used to. So,
well, they also lost David Bakhtiari in
right, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean, what's Adam Schefter talking about? You got the noise on over there?
I do not.
They don't look too happy over there.
Over where?
Oh no, the Green Bay. He's smiling a little bit. It looks like.
What are you watching? You watching ESPN, Matt?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're showing the. They don't look too excited over there.
None of the cheeseheads are excited because Aaron Rodgers is saying, "See ya."
Rodgers is sitting watching the draft on his couch like they better do something.
Aaron Rodgers not pleased. They have told teams they're not trading him. We'll see whether or not that changes here. Showing is not going to happen tonight, but it could be in play after this weekend. Though the Packers are convinced and steadfast in their belief that they want to hold on to Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, so he's reporting that Green Bay is remaining committed to Rodgers. They're telling teams they're not trading him right now. They're saying that definitely Schefter thinks it could change after the weekend. No guarantee though.
It's Kyle Trask.
You're lying.
No, I'm kidding.
Telling us that they're committed to Rodgers and draft another quarterback in the first round.
Yeah.
Because last year they had Jordan Love.
Yeah.
They traded up to pick Jordan Love from Utah State.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, in that case, I mean, I think they're looking for the future with Jordan Love, but with Rodgers, I don't know, man. After the weekend, I feel like the Packers are going to be like, you know what? We got to let him go. And that's just the way it's got to be.
So did the commissioner get lost? I mean,
I don't know. Yeah,
the pick's been in for a while.
Maybe the cheeseheads thought he was cheese and ate him.
Yeah, maybe they jumped him in the parking lot or something.
He just got his head stuck where the sun don't shine, so he got a little lost. But
I wonder if that New Orleans pick is because they're close to University of Houston and could keep eyes on that guy and really get a good scout. That's
maybe
crazy.
because I mean, whoa, cornerback Eric Stokes of Georgia.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
interesting.
So they just slapped Aaron Rodgers in the face one more
Yeah,
time.
they just said we're gonna take Rondale Moore, and now we're gonna take Stokes.
Wait, now that
Wow.
could
So
be
that throws our whole theory of
Yeah, it's not a corner. I mean, nope, it's not going to be a. There's no Moneyball trade. That
Oh, wait. That could be the Broncos corner. To me, he made more sense for the Broncos.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know why though. It's total conspiracy
Well,
theories.
maybe it is Drew Lock. Matt, you might have to break out that Drew Lock jersey again, or have you burned it already?
Oh no, it got melted in the dryer.
What do you mean? It got melted in the
Quote-
dryer.
Quote unquote melted in the dryer.
No. Oh wait, look, hold on. I saved it. Look, I have proof. Here's the number 3.
Dude, it looks like you cut that out. Oh, see? That's karma right there. He froze.
Exactly.
Go ahead and mock Drew Lock there, buddy.
We need to make a meme. Matt Staffiero is touting Drew Lock as the next great quarterback for the Denver Broncos.
Exactly. he took his Lock jersey and started making one of those like the Browns jerseys that had all the different quarterback names crossed out on it.
Yep. Oh man. Well,
Wow.
There goes our theory.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, I mean, what do you give up for Aaron Rodgers if you're the Broncos?
We've hit on that a little bit tonight. I talked about a first and a second tonight or this week, and a first and a second next year with a conditional possibility of adding a third rounder next year. Because if you get Aaron Rodgers, now your first round pick could be outside the top 25, and they might say, well, we're going to need at least your third too.
Either that, or do you offer recently brought in Bridgewater too? You throw in Bridgewater with the first round next year, a second round next year, and a second round this year.
Yeah, you could. I don't know that they'd really be interested in Bridgewater. We talked about they have, I guess it's rumored that Bradley Chubb would be in that conversation.
Either Draymond Jones or Jerry Jeudy. I've heard his name thrown out there. So
no Jerry Jeudy to Green Bay.
Absolutely not. Draymond Jones, I feel like, would be somebody that Denver could part with in a trade like that. Deshaun Hamilton, maybe.
Yeah, I'm afraid Deshaun just doesn't have that much value around the league. He's underperformed for 3 seasons here for Denver, and if he could contribute more as a special teams guy, he'd have some value, but he's just not been reliable.
So what do you think Buffalo does here? I know a lot of people had them picking a running back, either Harris or Antony. So they're both off the board. I mean, what else is
Harris is off the board? Where'd he go to?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Where did Mac Jones end up going to? I had to take my son home, so I missed a little bit of it.
You don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
No.
Served on a silver platter to Bill Belichick.
Yep.
No way. Are you serious?
Serious. He went to the evil empire, slid all the way down to 15.
Wow. So they traded up then?
No.
Or were they 15th originally?
They were 15 originally. They just sat right there and let them fall right to him.
Wow.
This will be Javonte Williams right here in North Carolina.
You think so?
I do.
Wow, I'm going to go from 0 running backs to now 3.
Right?
Maybe Denver trades back up here. Gets Kyle Trask. Hey, Matt, you know what? That was karma, man. You were mocking
Yeah, I'll take
Locke.
it.
You were mocking Locke, and you got booted.
You held up
No,
the
no.
number 3. I took
Don't-
a snapshot and I'm posting it on Facebook.
Oh, I got it.
Do it.
I,
Do
I,
it. I will stand by it. I will even lie and say I did it unintentionally. No, I'm kidding. But you know, I in the brief time that I was gone, I had a quick chat with my brother. He's complete. So Jerry, I don't know if you heard me catch this. My brother's a diehard Packer fan. He's been listening to their media all day. They are remaining adamant they want to keep him, but then they go and slap him in the face like this. So
Yep.
Right?
we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Which
Internet's
is,
getting
it's actually
funny again,
kind of
guys.
interesting too, because it's funny. One of my family's very, very good friends is actually a executive board members of the Green Bay Packers, and so it'd be interesting to kind of see like what their war room was kind of thinking in that aspect. And so like it's definitely interesting to see that they believe in Aaron Rodgers. They want to keep Aaron Rodgers, but again, I mean, they don't show that they want to keep Aaron Rodgers and they believe in Aaron Rodgers. They won't give him any more help.
Right. They won't negotiate a long-term deal with him. They won't give him the help that he's been begging for. But you say, well, we want you and we're not going to trade you.
Right.
You're sending mixed signals there, guys.
Well, let's draft Eric Stokes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe they're going to convert him to a receiver.
He does have
Oh,
that
boy.
speed.
All right. Here we go. Here's
Javonte
Miami.
Williams, man.
No, Gregory Rousseau
Yeah,
from Miami.
makes sense. It does make sense. I mean, Jerry Hughes is kind of on the outside. Mario Addison's kind of on the north side of 30. So it made sense just to invest in depth at this point. They didn't really have any pressing needs, so invest in the depth for them. It makes sense. So that's what they did.
Do you see? Do we see Baltimore pick Jenkins here?
It's got to be. It's got to be one
what
of the
else
tackles.
could it be? Yeah.
It has to be a tackle. Yeah,
Especially
I asked-
after losing Orlando Brown too. I mean, that's a big hit to your offensive line.
I just asked my brother what he thought about the Stokes pick, and he just sends me crying emojis, crying emojis. crying
That's all right.
emojis.
Did you tell him we're crying here too?
Oh, he the first thing he texted me. So for a little bit more about my brother, he actually believes in Drew Lock a lot more than I do. As soon as we passed on Fields,
So he got the
that
brains in the family, is what you're telling
Sure,
us.
but
Smart kid.
yeah, he sent me a message and he just said, "What in the world is Peyton thinking?" He's like, he's higher on Locke than I am. He thinks that Locke could be something if he gets the development, and we don't know if that development can happen here. He's
Sure it can, Matt. Have faith.
I don't. It's not even in with Drew Lock. I don't feel
Hey.
like Pat Shermer could develop him.
Hey, Jerry, let your wife know that no Washington football team fans are allowed on the show.
I mean, definitely.
Jerry, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I thought I'd at least mute it. I didn't know she wanted to be on TV. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thanks for letting us have Jerry all night.
Really, I mean, I'm going to go back to Aaron Rodgers here for a second. The last thing I want to say is I've heard that when it came out that he was kind of disgruntled with Green Bay, pretty much it sounded like he doesn't want to even return to the team, like, which is a big statement, right? Like, what if he decides when training camp comes, he doesn't want to return to the team and he doesn't want to go to training camp and he doesn't want to put on the green and yellow again? Then what does that front office do, about saying, "Oh, we believe in Aaron Rodgers. We're not going to trade Aaron Rodgers." At that point, you have no choice, right?
Matt brought it up too, and Matt made a good point. And this is Aaron Rodgers esque. Is Aaron Rodgers just may throw the middle finger up in the air and say, "You know what? I'm retiring from football." He's made the money he needs. Would he like another championship? Yeah, I'm sure he probably would, but he's not going to sit there and be be unhappy there. So he may just say, forget it. If you guys don't want to trade me, then I'm just not going to play. And then all that money counts against their cap.
Right.
So he can really screw them and make that whole $38 million count against our cap if he retired before June 1st. So, but they really can't come to a trade agreement. Well, I think they could come to an agreement. They just couldn't execute it till after June 1st if they what you call it if they decide to trade him and save themselves about $17 million in cap space.
Gotcha.
So
Did you see Matt's recent
let's
comment here?
see.
Oh boy.
Oh man, yeah, and we all know Aaron Rodgers' family history too. So
Yeah. Hey,
wow.
Alex, you might have missed some of the earlier conversations, but it sounds like Aaron Rodgers has a fiance that lives here in Boulder.
Right. That's what I heard. I heard
he's
that
been
a little bit earlier.
spending time here, and he's just found all the fun in the sun here in the Rockies right to his liking. So
Right. Well, I mean, he's dealt with the snow and everything up in Green Bay and negative 20-degree tundra up there.
Oh yeah, it's a lot
it is
colder
not
up
fun
there.
during the middle of December. Like I've been up there in the middle of December and early January. It is not fun up there.
Oh yeah, man, we can have 60-degree days here in December and January. I'm sure you guys have similar weather out there in Utah. Where
we do.
So
we absolutely do.
We're not like the frozen tundra up north. So
exactly that ain't no joke, man. Like seriously, I went to a Packer game in 2015. Actually, Ed, who's our buddy that is the board member, he got us some tickets for the Packer game up there because my dad's a Packer fan, and basically we went up there in late December, early January, right after Christmas, and oh my God, it was unbelievably cold. I've never felt anything that cold.
yeah, I lived up in Chicago for about 18 months, and it definitely gets cold up there. And Green Bay's even a little further north, so I could imagine how cold it is up there.
Right. It's about the same.
Yeah, because you throw in that humidity, and it just makes it so much colder. It's like I was telling some friends at work. When we lived in Louisiana, and it would get down to about 40 or so. I mean, it was just bone chilling cold, just with all the humidity in the air. Right. So it felt colder than it feels here when it's 20 degrees out. So.
Right. And even then, I'm going to go back a little bit as well. Speaking of Chicago, and you probably already touched on this too. How did Matt take Chicago taking Fields?
I think he was a little upset. Matt was a little upset that
it wasn't good. Wasn't good at all.
Peyton did not. I think we were all shocked when Patrick Surtain's name was announced with the number 9 pick.
I was definitely shocked a little bit, especially with the moves that Peyton made with Kyle Fuller and Darby in the offseason, and especially with Ojemudia coming back, and how well he played last year.
Yeah, and you had Bosby, and we have some depth there, so I don't know.
All we did with those moves is make our secondary better. So with the depth that we have already and the 2 additions that we made in the offseason, why not put your focus elsewhere instead of in the corner position?
At first we thought it was a Green Bay pick, but now it's a Fangio pick, and Fangio got his way over Shermer.
I'm still going to
and
have to process that one a little bit, David.
I am too, and
That's
that's and I sent this into the group in the group chat that we have for the Rocky Mountain Sports Report as well. Is I'm going to have to feel out what other picks are made throughout the rest of the draft to be able to process my feelings on this first pick.
yeah. I mean, I don't have anything against Surtain.
Oh, I
You
don't
know,
either.
I think he's a good player. I mean, he wasn't my number one cornerback in the draft, but I had him in my top three. He's a good player. I just don't know if it was our number one need at that point.
Oh, it absolutely wasn't our number one need. I can totally agree with you. So, especially with the moves, like I said, that we made during the offseason, how well our secondary did play last year. I mean, we made a couple mistakes in the secondary and had a few injuries. But other than that, I mean, our secondary was pretty much shut down last year, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah. Jason Owe out of Penn State is the pick for Baltimore.
Yeah, it's becoming pretty uneventful now.
Yeah. So Tampa Bay's on the clock. Last pick. What do you think we see here? Do we see a quarterback?
No.
Do we see Brady's replacement here?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't.
Who went to
I don't think
Baltimore? I
they're
couldn't
gonna.
see it.
Jason
Owe?
Owe.
Solid.
Yeah. So
I think this is Elijah Moore.
only thing I will say is there is one team that made a dumber pick than us, and that's New Orleans.
Yeah, I'll take that.
So
I'll agree.
that's the bright side.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. And I don't know if Peyton's gonna try to explain himself. After the draft's over, why we went with Surtain, and you know what they're gonna say? They're gonna fall back to he's the best player that fit in. Position.
They're already saying it. Already saying it.
And
I was on Twitter just now.
I don't believe that it's the highest position or need.
Who's saying that?
No, George Payton is saying he was the best player on our board at 9. And then you got Vic Fangio coming up with some real dumb comments. Sorry to say it, but I'm not buying it. He's talking about 5 and 6 defensive back packages. You're trying to tell me you're going to have 5 corners on the field? I mean,
Tampa Bay's have got their pick in already.
I was going to say, yeah, going on to your comment, Matt, I mean, 5 to 6 corners on the field is not going to happen, especially when you have Justin Simmons out there. You're not going to have him on an island playing corner,
Right. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's like we're all going to have to sleep on it. So yeah, we'll all sleep on it and see what happens tomorrow. We got to believe in the plan, right, Matt?
Right now, I don't know what the plan is what I'm saying.
I think every true Bronco fan right now is kind of scratching their head, puzzled a little bit.
Yeah.
Whoa. Joe,
is it Ujulari?
No, Joe Tryon, outside linebacker from Washington.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's solid. I like
it. That's a good pick.
Just what they need to do is make their defense a little bit stronger,
right?
like they struggled last year,
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a ring coming out of that team in Tampa Bay. I mean, that's not a bad end of the season, right?
Right. It might be another ring following. So they kept that team intact.
Yeah. I mean, Antonio Brown's returning out there. Obviously, they got Brady, and I believe they still have Gronk down there too, don't they?
Yep. So tomorrow, guys.
Never die.
Yeah. So tomorrow, let me pull up. So we got number 40. As long as we stay put where we're at. Let's see what else we got going on. So we got pick 40 and 81, correct, Matt?
Yeah.
So
Let's not screw those ones up. Let's not
right.
screw those ones up.
So
Well,
just
let's be honest here. I mean, what exactly do you guys want to take at pick 40 then? With
It's got to be at this
I
point.
want
It's
a
inside
linebacker.
linebacker. It's got to be linebacker.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I hope Owusu Koromoa is available at 40. I don't know if he will be.
If we pick him, I'm gonna cry even more. This will be the biggest blown draft in my opinion. He does not fit our need at inside linebacker.
Yeah, at 40.
The guy's too small. He's too small.
I already give this drive. I'm starting off on the negative side without even impacting the Drew Lock and passing on Justin Fields.
Yeah.
I already gave it an F in our chat, and it's not even because we passed Fields. It's because it was just. I think it was a mistake. You took possibly the third best corner in this draft. You reached on him. I mean, maybe he proves us wrong. Maybe he does. But I mean, you don't invest in depth in the top 9. I mean, top 10. You just don't. And you're talking about George Payton. Not only did he lie about we're going to invest in we're going to look at this quarterback. We've seen it this morning. 50% chance they were going to do it. That's the word out of Dove Valley. And then he's like, well, then we're going to take the best player on the board. Well, that didn't happen. And then he's like, well, I want more dart, and that didn't happen.
Matt, breathe.
Yes.
Oh,
hey,
Matt,
you're talking so fast I can't even keep up with you.
Yeah. Get a good night's sleep.
Seriously,
Let's all get a good night's sleep.
Matt, I'm really interested to see after you've processed how you feel. I agree with you. This is not George Payton style. This is the first time I've seen George Payton do something outside of what he has said he would do.
Yeah.
But I'm going to sleep on it and think about it a little bit more. And
I agree. And the one thing I want to look at too is if this pick really puts George Payton out of rhythm. Because he's been in a rhythm with all of the moves he's made pretty much in free agency. But if he is out of rhythm during the draft, it could be very detrimental to the Broncos this season.
Yeah. His honeymoon period is officially over, and it's not even because he passed on. It's not even because he passed on Justin Fields. It's because he didn't take the best player on the board. And as much as I hate to say it, and I don't like the kid, I mean, I shouldn't say that because I don't know him personally. The best player on the board was Micah Parsons. Right. That's hands down. Yeah. You invested in a non-premier position.
If you're going to use that argument that we took the best player, then.
But I am going to defer a little bit to Vic Fangio because he knows a lot more about NFL football than I do.
I agree.
I can have my opinions, and I'll just need to process this. And I don't like it right now. I think Micah Parsons was a better pick, but okay.
Where did Parsons end up going?
Dallas.
Dallas.
Really?
At 10, right?
Interesting.
No, 12. They traded with Philly.
Traded.
Yeah, because they swapped. That surprised me too, though.
So.
With those two teams swapping like they did.
Yep.
Yeah. So our plan tomorrow?
Yeah. 4:45. We'll go on. Draft starts at 5. So, Alex, you're welcome if you want to join in.
Absolutely.
Matt,
I could probably come out at like 6 or 6:30 or so.
Matt, can you add him to that chat room, or Jerry, you just going to shoot him the link again tomorrow? Or if you add him to the chat, then we got a draft crew chat. So I put a link in there for StreamYard so you can just jump in when you're ready tomorrow.
Sweet.
All right.
Like a plan.
All right. Hey, guys, everybody have a good night. We'll be back on tomorrow for round 2 and 3. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for all the interaction and questions. Had a great time. Matt, Jerry, Alex, had a great time tonight.
You got to come back tomorrow. It's going to be super exciting. I mean, we said that about tonight, and it wasn't quite as exciting, but this is still unraveling, so don't give up.
That's right.
It's still very, very early. There's still a lot of stuff that can happen, Bronco country, and
hey, Matt,
it's very, very early.
Get your internet fixed, Matt.
I've already yelled at Comcast for like 6 hours, man. I'm frustrated. I was like, I threatened to go to CenturyLink. That's how desperate I was.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Have a good night.
Don't ask me about any of those technical questions because I can't help you.
All right.
My wife is the brains of the outfit.
All right, everyone have a great night. So, hey, Matt, it's looking like this beard might be around. This goatee might be growing for a while.
At this point, you might be looking at 2 years, man.
So,
Unless Aaron Rodgers gets here, unless A-Rod's here, you might be looking at two to 3 years.
Yep.
We
All
got
right.
defense. We got defense coming out. It's all defense.
That's
6 to
true.
9,
Hey,
3 to
hey.
6.
Baltimore
We
won
got so much
Super Bowl with
defensive
Trent
talent.
Dilfer.
Hey, we got so much defense. Our bench
Did-
is our best.
did you hear
Better
that?
than our offense.
Did you hear that, Matt? Baltimore won a Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer.
Yeah. No,
All
I'm
right.
not saying it's impossible, man. I'm just
All
saying
right.
it's
Everybody have a
not
great night.
Mahomes. Yeah,
All
all
right.
right, man.
All right.
We'll continue.
All right. Have a good night, everyone.
All right.
All right. Bye.